Please silence your cell phone. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during the designated audience item sections on the agenda. If you have printed materials you want to give to board members, you must provide them to Board Recording Secretary Gary Rozier, who's located in the back of the room, or to me, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask that members of the audience be respectful of others by remaining socially distanced from each other, wearing disposable or cloth face covering over your nose and mouth at all times, and remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. The time is now 6:01, and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending both in person and on video conference. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. This meeting is being live streamed to the district's YouTube channel, and a recording of the meeting will be uploaded to the district's webpage following the conclusion of the meeting. Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
Good evening. In person, we have Trustee Angie Hanna, Trustee Grail James, Trustee Dr. Shirley Rose Gilliam, and Trustee Jim Rice. With us remotely, we have Trustee Dave Rosenthal. At this time, I'm going to ask that everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
At this time, I ask that you please stand for the silence invocation. You may be seated. All right, now it's time for our recognitions. Dr. Dupree?
Thank you, Madam President. I stepped in a minute late, but I just wanted to make sure we welcomed everyone to our newly remodeled ADA-compliant boardroom with much better sound and lighting. So I want to thank our construction team and our technology team for their hard work to create this new space for our board. And I think it's beautiful. I think it turned out really, really well.
We agree. I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm excited to be back in the boardroom, and we're going to do some live and some virtual recognitions this evening. When it comes time for some of the live recognitions, we're going to ask the board to stand where they are, and that way we'll photograph the board standing on the dais with the honoree in front of us on the dais, on the floor in front of us, to be able to capture the evening. So with that, I'm going to turn the program over to Veronica Sofer.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Dupree, members of the board. First, let's thank Matthew Williams. He's a junior at Travis High School. Matthew was chosen to lead the pledge this evening by his principal. He has untiring dedication and strong commitment to the Marine Corps JROTC program at Travis High School. He's the executive officer or second in charge of the Travis Marine Corps Junior ROTC program. So we thank you so much for being here this evening and for representing so well. Thank you. Next, we will begin with our first round of recognitions, which will actually be part of our video presentation from the Fort Bend ISD Fine Arts Department. They were able to compile for us a phenomenal video that recognizes the outstanding achievement of our students who place at the state and national art competition. So we will go ahead and show you that now. Thank you so much. Those students did an amazing job, and I was just so thrilled to see how vibrant that was and that we could bring you a sense of what that looked like. So congratulations to our fine arts students. Next, we are moving on. We have Miss Amy Sho here from Clements High School, and joining her, we have Jayantha Patrop from Dulles High School. They were selected as two of the top 300 young scientists of the 80th Regeneron Science Talent Search. Now, this is the oldest and most prestigious science and math competition in the United States. These students present original research with new perspectives that can contribute to important global changes. A huge round of applause to these students before we take their picture. Thank you so much for being here this evening. Good job. Next, I would like to ask one of our amazing staff members, Ms. Chastity Alinu-Alade, Coordinator of Community and Civic Engagement, to join us. She's been awarded with the Rosemary Merrow Award by the Texas Social Studies Supervisors Association. TSSA recognizes the important efforts made by Chastity to educate and bring awareness to the Sugar Land 95 discovery and the system of convict leasing at the local, state, and national levels. It is through her work in advocacy that teachers and students across the state will have access to learning and resources about this important part of history. In addition to her work related to the Sugar Land 95, Chastity is acknowledged for her achievements in promoting civic engagement, including student voter registration and youth community advocacy. It is for her commitment to social studies and action that Chastity is named the 2021 Texas Social Studies Leader of the Year. Congratulations, Chastity. Thank you so much for being here.
Congratulations, Chastity.
Next, I would like to ask some of our Fort Bend ISD police officers to join us. Officer Bruce McKenzie, Officer Catherine Woolridge, Officer Luis Ontiveros, and Lieutenant Shannon Hall, if they could join us. And I'd like to share with you a little bit of background about why we're recognizing these amazing police officers. They assisted the Houston Police Department on the night of December 3rd, 2020, during an unfortunate human smuggling incident that occurred in the neighborhood nearby Ridgemont Elementary School. Their actions, along with the actions that were taken by Ms. Ana Lopez Velasquez, who couldn't be here, she's a custodian at Ridgemont, opened the doors to the school, provided the victims with a warm and safe place to receive food, water, and clothing. On January 6, 2021, the Fort Bend ISD Police Department received a letter from former Chief of the Houston Police Department, Art Acevedo, expressing his gratitude for all who assisted and requested for a copy of his correspondence to be placed in the permanent personnel file of each employee as a letter of commendation and constant reminder of the outstanding services they provide to their fellow officers and to the citizens of this community. Thank you all for being here this evening. Thank you for all the work you do for our students. We couldn't be more excited to have you here and receive the recognition that you so deserve.
As a symbol of how proud we are of these officers, I'm here presenting one of them with their time.
Thank you all so very much. Now at this time, I would like to ask Dr. Kwabena Mensah, Assistant Superintendent and 2021 President of the Houston Area Alliance of Black School Educators, for our next presentation. Dr. Mensah.
Good evening, Board President Helliger, trustees, and Dr. Dupree. I'm honored to stand here with Ms. Julia Andrews, who is the president-elect, to bring greetings from the Texas Alliance of Black School Educators, as well as the Houston Area Alliance of Black School Educators. We will be presenting some recognition to some outstanding leaders in our district. We're going to first start with our Texas Alliance of Black School Educators demonstration school. And that school has been bestowed this honor because of their excellence in achieving student outcomes that have been increased, as well as engaging students at their campuses. We've had the opportunity to hear from this campus a couple months ago in the boardroom when Ms. Nikki Roberts came to a board meeting and discussed all the strategies that she's been implementing to engage students during our COVID-19 crisis. So we are proud to recognize Glover Elementary, led by Ms. Nikki Roberts and her outstanding team, as the TAPSE 2021 demonstration school.
That's what I'm talking about. You know I taught her, right? Okay. Congrats. Oh, I'm so proud.
Our next recognition goes to our 2021 Assistant Principal of the Year for HAPSE, which has been bestowed to Ms. Shanae Young, Assistant Principal at Seguin Elementary. And she received this award because of her leadership throughout the COVID-19 crisis, as well as her active leadership in the organization in the Youth Involvement Committee. We're very proud to announce Ms. Shanae Young, 2021 HAPSE Assistant Principal of the Year.
Congratulations, darling.
Our next award goes to our 2021 HAPSE Principal of the Year, and this individual is no stranger to awards. She has been the Fort Bend ISD Principal of the Year, and she has received this achievement because of her outstanding leadership in the organization through professional development, and also she's partnered in the district with a fellow colleague, Principal Courtney Dickey at Meadows, to bring the conversation of equity and the competency of culture book study that she's led throughout the district for central office leaders as well as campus leaders. So we're extremely proud to announce our 2021 HAPSE Principal of the Year, Ms. Lisa Langston. And our final recognition goes to our 2021 HAPSE Secondary Teacher of the Year. On February 5th, 2021, over 300 educators were recognized for their achievements in the Houston area, and one leader in the secondary our Secondary Teacher of the Year from Kempner High School, Ms. Chanel Farmer.
Thank you, Dr. Mensah. We appreciate that very much. Congratulations to our recipients. We're very proud of your work. Next, I would like to recognize Dr. Sochi Rodriguez, Assistant Superintendent. She was selected to receive the Outstanding Individual Service Award from the Texas School Safety Center. Sochi is being recognized by the School Safety Spotlight Program and was selected for being an individual who has achieved or made a significant contribution to school safety and security through her personal initiative, commitment, strong advocacy efforts, and leadership. Sochi has been instrumental in leading the district threat assessment team Title IX investigations, behavioral management, as it has been at the forefront of decreasing disproportionately rates in discipline in Fort Bend ISD. A round of applause for Dr. Rodriguez. And next, I would like to recognize the Fort Bend ISD Communications Department. The department is being recognized for earning 21 awards at the Texas Schools Public Relations Association Annual Star Awards Banquet. The awards included a Crystal Certificate of Merit, 1 Best of category, 12 Gold Awards, and 7 Silver Awards in the categories of print, writing, photography, graphics, video, computerized electronic communications, and campaign events for projects completed during the 2019-20 school year. Congratulations to this outstanding team. I think they're amazing. Next, we are going to have 2 of our leadership students join us. In observation of Women's History Month, we are excited to have 3
Veronica,
students.
before we do that, let me wrap up the actual recognitions, and then we can do the
Very
Women's
good.
History Month. There is one additional recognition that Veronica failed to mention. She was recently at that same event inducted as president of the Texas School Public Relations Association for the 21-22 school year. She's generally regarded as one of the most experienced PR practitioners in the state, and she's a strong education advocate, serves as a mentor to many school communications professionals throughout the state of Texas. She's earned numerous professional awards and has led national award-winning communications team, including our own amazing team right here in Fort Bend ISD. TSPRA is comprised of more than 900 public information and communications professionals who serve public school districts and education associations, foundations, and organizations throughout Texas. I was proud to be able to be on stage with Veronica when she was inducted, to be able to introduce her as their brand new president to the organization. So congratulations to our own outstanding communications leader, Veronica Sofer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dupree. It was wonderful and an honor to have you there. Next, we're going to invite our students in to wrap up our amazing month. We've had Women's History Month. This was very exciting. We have 3 students participating with us this evening, 1 virtually and 2 in person. We have Clements High School students, Rhea Patal. She's a junior, and she is going to share with us some of her thoughts on Women's History Month. Then after that, we're going to have Zinya Yuku from Hightower High School share her thoughts on the importance of celebrating women and the inspiration that the month holds for girls and for women. And then participating virtually, we're going to have Emma Sonade, who's joining us as well, and she's a junior. So we will go ahead and first turn it over to Raya.
Women's History Month is a particularly important month for me because it's a celebration of all the women who came before me and paved the path for women's rights and justice. It also celebrates the people who are currently fighting to change the injustices that women still face in our society. Additionally, Women's History Month brings a spotlight to the current issues that women face, and these lead to conversations, and those conversations lead to positive changes. For me, a woman that inspires me is Mother Teresa, because she spent her entire life serving humanity for the betterment of people's lives. She opened centers for the blind, the old, the poor, and she stands as a testament for her life and service. I value these acts of service, and that's why I like to engage myself in volunteering and community service. I've lent my service to the Houston Food Bank, Parks Community Ranch, and Sewa International. All in all, Women's History Month is empowering for women. And when one woman is empowered, many generations are empowered, because with one woman comes so many generations of people. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zina Njeku. In 1848, the first Women's Rights Convention was held by Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton. There they signed the Declaration of Sentiments, a plea to end the discrimination faced by women in America. In the 1900s, the women's suffrage movement began and resulted in the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which granted women the right to vote. In 1962, Katherine Johnson, a Black female mathematician, calculated the trajectory necessary for the Apollo 11 mission, which was responsible for getting the first Americans on the moon. In 1969, Marsha P. Johnson, a transgender woman, was one of the prominent figures in the Stonewall Rebellion, which brought the beginning of gay liberation and commenced the pride celebration of LGBT in America. In 2017, the Me Too movement advocated for victims of sexual assault to speak out against their abusers to help eradicate sexual misconduct. The advocates, activists, leaders, and icons that have come before us have all diminished the molds of femininity constructed by society to allow girls everywhere to create their own definitions of womanhood. Now we have choices. We can choose how we want to dress. We can choose who we want to love. We can choose the career or educational path we want to take. We can choose what to do with our bodies. We can choose the woman we want to be with little to no fear, as till we know there will be a community that accepts us for our choices. There is no one way to be a woman.
Who have inspired them. Dr. Dupree, Madam President, that concludes recognition.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful recognition session. It was just really, really beautiful, from the arts to our policemen to our teachers and principals that were recognized by Texas Association of Black Educators. I mean, this was just really, really a wonderful recognition session, and it's good to be back here in this room to be able to do that as well. And thank you so much to our communication department for all that you all do. And special thank you to the volunteer students that came today to speak to us about Women's History Month. And so I really appreciate them and their courage to come in front of all of us to do that. So thank you again for today's program. All right, so up next we have our audience items. Okay, so at this time we're gonna I have quite a bit of audience items, people who signed up to speak today. Our secretary, Ms. James, will be timing you and will be giving you 3 minutes to do so. She will give you a 30-second warning when your time is almost up. At 3 minutes, you will have to refrain from speaking. All right, thank you so much. First person that's in my hand, I have Mary Thomas. Mary Thomas. Okay. Next, I have George Scott.
Ready? George Scott.
Mr. Scott, you can adjust the microphone. Anyone that's coming to the podium, if you please adjust the microphone.
Ma'am, I'm very hard of hearing, and I apologize, but I didn't understand.
No, that's okay. If you just adjust the microphone to make sure that we hear you.
Is this okay?
Is it okay? Yeah, okay, good, thank you.
Thank you. George Scott, Katie. At 71, I'm a retired community-based journalist and government public policy analyst who led a Texas nonprofit research group in Harris County for years, among other professional endeavors. I have unsuccessfully asked Fort Bend ISD and past and some current board members to voluntarily produce specific FERPA-compliant student academic performance data. Tonight, the pretty please email chit-chats conclude. Your administration now has the first of 2 formal public information requests that will give me statutory rights to interact with your district legally. The data that I am requesting will permit me to evaluate the profound issues that are omnipresent even in Fort Bend ISD relative to the grave damage that the Texas Education Agency's malevolently deceptive testing and accountability system has imposed upon far too many disadvantaged students, statistically dominated by children of color. Tragically, Texas has manipulated testing which blurs and defiles the performance lines between failure, equity, grade level, and mastery of grade level. In the real world, too many Fort Bend ISD students are tragic, provable victims of Texas deception. Tragically, in the real world in past quarter century, the TEA defines meeting its moral, statutory, and constitutional burden to close the academic achievement gap for disadvantaged children as below its own de minimis, below grade level performance. The academic needs of cumulative millions of at-risk minority students have been eviscerated in the process. I am confident that this is not what federal Judge William Wayne Justice envisioned in 1972 when he ordered the TEA in the former slave state of Texas and perpetrator of equal and separate systems into the 1960s to, quote, compensate minority group children for past racial isolation. And I don't believe it was part of Martin Luther King's immortal and forever inspirational dream. This may be my last rodeo, but it's going to be a heck of a rodeo. And Fort Bend ISD is going to be in my arena because, in effect, it asked me to let them be there.
30 seconds.
I am not going anytime soon here at TASB or the TEA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Up next, we have Ms. Prince. Ms. L. Prince. Ms. Prince. Ms. Prince. I'm going to move on to Ms. Donna Woolley.
Hello, I'm wearing this mask in protest. I have a little something to read at first. This was written in 1957 and truer than ever today. When you see that in order to produce, you need to obtain permission from men who produce nothing. When you see that money is flowing to those who deal, not in goods, but in favors. When you see that men get richer by graft and by pull than by work, and your laws don't protect you against them, but protect them against you. When you see corruption being rewarded and honesty becoming a self-sacrifice, you may know that your society is doomed. By Ayn Rand. Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight. My name is Donna Woolley, and I'm here tonight as a concerned citizen for the children. I will first tell you, I'm not here to give you statistics on how many people contract the virus or to tell you how many Texas schools don't require masks. What I am here to tell you tonight is that I am disappointed that you, as board members, have ignored the ramifications that have been inflicted on the children by allowing this mask muzzling to continue for as long as it has. You have instilled fear into the children to the point they now have high anxieties, they have become germaphobes, and they're being bullied on a daily basis. Not only are they bullied by their peers about masks, but by the very teachers that see them daily. The bullying has continued throughout the year because they think if the teacher can do it, so can we. Is this the kind of teaching you will continue to condone behind closed doors? You allow this to happen, and the bullies can get away with it. Get away with this because parents aren't allowed to be in the school. You continue to deny parents their right to see the environment that their children are being subjected to. How is this okay? It's not and should stop today. And you should be ashamed of what you have allowed to happen to each and every child in your care. Open the doors for the parents to see what you have subjected them to. Let them see for themselves the inhumane protocols that you have set up for the safety of the children. This isn't and never has been about keeping the children safe. It's been about control and demeaning the children to the point that they have lost their childhood. It's been about how you as superiors can do whatever you want because no one will see you. These children go home hiding behind a mask because they no longer feel safe. They don't want anyone to see them without a mask because they've been told if you don't wear your mask right away, they will kill someone. This is the kind of child you have created by your mask muzzling abuse. This is so wrong on every level, it's absurd, and that as a private citizen, can see the damage you are inflicting on the children, yet you sit there and continue to abuse your authority, and truly you have no God-given right to do this to the future of these impressionable young minds. I implore you, for all the children and parents, to please don't let this continue one more second of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Woolley. Next up is Ms. Glenda McCall.
Good evening, Dr. Dupree, President Helger, esteemed board members, administrative staff, and members of the community. My name is Glenda Guzman McCall, and I am the president of Fort Bend chapter of the American Federation of Teachers. I represent teachers, paraprofessionals, bus drivers, support staff in Fort Bend ISD. I'm here today to speak in support of continuing the safety protocols and to speak on behalf of the members who are in the classroom every day, hours upon end, and support all the staff who also interact with the children on a daily basis. Although we understand the political reasons why our governor decided to lift the mask mandate in our state, we also recognize that he's not a health professional and not the one who we should be looking to protect our students, teachers, and our staff in our buildings every day. Our teachers understand how important it is to be in the classroom face-to-face with our students. We understand there's no substitute for the relationship you build with the student face-to-face, even when it's covered by a protective mask. We also understand how uncomfortable it is to wear the mask, but as someone who has had COVID and has lost several relatives to COVID, I can assure you that the inconvenience of wearing a mask, it pales in comparison to having to say goodbye to a loved one over the phone, and pales in comparison to not being able to hug the mother of a loved one who died. I'm speaking of a friend that died a little over a month ago. This virus is not over. We must still maintain the safety protocols and wear the mask. Yes, children normally fare better and they contract the virus, but do you really want to be the one to risk your child if they don't fare well? And they can still contract and spread the virus asymptomatically to adults who may not fare as well. It's hard to be an effective teacher if you're sick or dying of COVID. We're almost there. Our district, our organization, and other community entities have worked very hard to get the vaccine to those that want it. But it's not over yet. We must maintain these safety protocols, including maintaining masks until the end of the year, at least until the end of the year. Once the science, not the governor, says that it's safe to go back without a mask, then hopefully we will be able to return to the classroom, and hopefully we'll all be alive and be well enough to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCall. Next up, Mr. Timothy Benz. Mr. Timothy Benz. Next up, Haley Dave. Haley Dave. I'm sorry? Dave. I'm sorry, Dave.
Should I start? Good evening, esteemed board members and Dr. Dupree. My name is Haley Dave, and I'm a freshman at Dulles High School in the Math and Science Academy. Although some people may be against block scheduling due to the fear of having 8 classes, it is possible for us to receive the benefits without the extra load of another class. The current FBISD block schedule model gives students a free period, which doesn't meet the required instruction hours. However, another block schedule could be made to address these concerns. For example, an alternate block schedule could have students go to all 7 classes on certain days, such as Monday and Friday, and have the rest of the weekly instruction time equally divided on the remaining days. A resulting schedule that solves these problems may cause the concern of inconvenience with remembering the schedule and giving each class equal instruction time on weeks where there isn't school 5 days a week. However, these are small problems that can be solved to achieve a successful block schedule in which learning comes first, not convenience. Block scheduling is helpful for students because having longer periods of uninterrupted time in each class allows more time for instruction and classwork, and less time is wasted in the transition at the beginning and end of class.
A longer period of time dedicated solely to a class allows them to get a better understanding of the subject. In addition, at least on some weekdays, students only receive homework from a few of their classes, allowing them more time to finish. However, all of these advantages of a block schedule would be negated in the event that students are required to take 8 classes. Firstly, only 26 credits are required to graduate, and currently students can earn 28. However, having 8 classes would result in 32 possible credits, which isn't necessary. While the opportunity to take more classes may seem like an advantage to some students, the fear of falling behind other students who are taking more challenging classes with their extra period will discourage many from taking easier courses with a smaller workload. In addition, having 8 classes might mean that students have homework for 4 classes every weekday. However, on the weekend, they still have homework for all 8 classes. And currently, even with 7 classes, students struggle to finish their weekend homework. If FBISD does end up using the 8-class block schedule, then the amount of homework teachers give should be reduced and regulated, and teachers shouldn't assign homework on days on which students do not see them. This is because although there are 8 classes, there's still the same amount of time out of school for
30
students
seconds.
to complete their homework, which is difficult even with 7 classes. Finally, although having the extra class in a block schedule fulfills the instruction requirement, the requirement is in place to ensure that the student has enough time to learn the subject. However, if that time is lost to give a student another whole class, the purpose of the requirement is not met. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dave. Next up, we have online Ms. Emma Johnson.
Here. Good evening, Fort Bend Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. Dupree. My name is Emma Johnson, and I'm a proud graduating senior from William B. Travis this year. Thank you for a chance to address a concern for graduating seniors of 2021. For seniors, each year graduation is a symbolic ceremony that celebrates all of our personal milestones, which encompasses finishing high school. However, due to COVID, our whole senior year experience has been unprecedented, with missing major lifetime memories. So I'm requesting your consideration to approve seniors this year at graduation to have the opportunity to personalize their graduation caps. As I have talked to many seniors across Fort Bend, even though we don't have a prom or get to do the traditional walking down the halls of our school, one of the major ideas and requests is decorating the graduation caps, providing us with the opportunity to allow us to feel the hope and celebration that all students need right now. As when a graduate's name is usually called, they only get a few seconds and a tiny moment to favor their success. Then the next name is called, and that's it. Yet decorating our caps would give us graduates a way to celebrate each of our personal successes throughout the entire ceremony, rather than just having a short walk across the stage. To the majority of society, this may be an insignificant detail to graduation. However, when we decorate our graduation caps for the next chapter in our life, we want the chance to show our creativity, our individuality, and success that Fort Bend has helped flourish the past 12 to 13 years. Furthermore, one of the major concerns there may be is students conducting inappropriate actions with the design on their caps. However, over the past year, the graduating class has had to mature at a rapid rate. I believe that if it is written in the rules, the graduating class would respect the conduct for no vulgar or ignorant content, as we know the risk of not walking across the stage. Although there may be students who do not follow the rules, a solution to this circumstance would be for volunteers to check the graduation caps upon entry to Hall Stadium. I urge you to seriously consider this proposal and how a simple act can impact the lives of Fort Bend seniors. Fort Bend has taught me how to be a leader and empowered my voice. I look forward to coming back to Fort Bend as a future educator. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll move into our information items. Dr. Dupree, we are here today to get information on our strategic and budgetary update. This is something that I know we're all been waiting very eagerly to understand our upcoming budget. how we are going to compensate our staff, as well as any indications to tax rates. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be very brief. I'll just say that in Fort Bend ISD, we consistently strive to budget a plan, not to plan a budget. That's something we learned many years ago, and it has worked very effectively for us to start with the plan first. And so I'm going to turn it over, I guess, to Brian, since he's at the microphone to get us started. He and Deanna are going to do the heart of the presentation this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Dupree. Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. This evening, we'll be reviewing with you the planning process and initial recommendations for the 21-22 budget. As we go through the process, we'll remind you of the strategic priorities we had in the current school year, share with you the planning process and strategic investments for the upcoming year, provide a legislative update, show the forecast for how we expect to end the current school year, our outlook for 2021, and tax rate options and next steps. Before we delve into the information, I do want to take a moment to draw a distinction between what we're calling strategic investments and the campus and departmental budgets. Strategic investments are new resources that are provided to campuses and departments that are aligned with board goals and objectives and the strategic path forward. The resources can be people and/or funding, and the campus and department budgets are prepared on an annual basis and include funds for previously funded strategic investments. The budget also includes funds for the continuation of ongoing strategic priorities. So although you may not necessarily see specific references to some items in the presentation this evening, that doesn't mean that they are not funded. It will likely mean that a campus or department budget contains those funds, and some examples include our community-based accountability system, dual language, and social emotional learning. For the current school year, our process for refining the strategic priorities initiated in October of 2019. In February, the priorities were shared with the board with a plan to begin taking action on the budget beginning in March. And as you all are probably acutely aware, in March is when we pivoted to online learning, and all of that occurred due to COVID-19. At the time, it was not known how long we would continue into online learning, and obviously that continued forward into the current year. When the budget for the current school year was adopted in June, it was based on a return to face-to-face learning. However, at the time, we anticipated we would continue online learning and recognized that the budget would likely be adjusted in the coming year based on the pivot to online learning. The initial estimates that were put together for the strategic investments for the 2021 or 2019-2020 school year totaled $21.1 million. And this is information that was shared with the board in February of 2019. I'm not going to walk through each of these, but I do want to show this to illustrate that we take a very iterative approach to building the budget each year. As we went through the process of refining the numbers, the final estimates ended up being about $7.7 million, and this is what was included in the final and adopted budget. The investments included $400,000 for cybersecurity, which was an unfunded mandate from the state. It included $300,000 for innovative programming in the Marshall and Willow Ridge feeder patterns. And that programming included the introduction of technical theater at Willow Ridge and Marshall, American Sign Language at Willow Ridge and Marshall, a piano tech program at Marshall High School, and architecture, engineering, and construction courses at Marshall High School. So these were all programs that were included in the budget for the current school year and were all implemented. In addition, $1.1 million was included for the expansion of the Early Literacy Center at Ridgemont Elementary and for the Early Intervention Academy. We also included $1.9 million for year 2 of the Early College High School and P-TECH programs at Marshall, Willow Ridge, and Hightower High Schools. And the largest investment was for teacher planning time and student enrichment activities at the elementary level. And finally, we included $1.2 million for a reading academy, and again, this was also a mandate from the state included as part of the 86th legislature. Of the strategic priorities that were funded, there was one where the work was paused due to the pandemic. For the Early Literacy Center, the plan was to expand the 24-2 teaching model to the 2nd grade cohort at all campuses in the Willow Ridge feeder pattern. However, those efforts were paused due to the pandemic, and the associated expenditures did not occur. As a result, our actual expenditures on that item are about $700,000 less than what was included in the budget. And of course, I don't have to go express too many words or explain it, use any adjectives to indicate that we did have a pandemic, and that has had a tremendous impact on the planning efforts and our budget as we go forward. So through February of this year, the district has expended almost $13 million on COVID-related expenditures. At almost $5 million, contact tracing makes up the largest portion of those expenditures, and it also includes the wellness monitors who check temperatures at the doors and make sure that those that are entering our buildings are safe to do so. The district has also expended $3 million to purchase wireless internet devices for students without home internet and the associated airtime, as well as a contract for distributing devices and assisting with help desk activities due to remote learning. An additional $3.2 million in teaching staff and materials was necessary for the start of T3. And finally, the general fund has absorbed about $1.7 million in losses from the child nutrition due to low participation. And by statute, the child nutrition fund is not allowed to run at a deficit, so those losses have to be picked up by another fund. And in this case, those funds are available in the general fund, so that's where those expenditures have been shifted. Our year-end estimates take these expenditures into account, as well as any grant funds that have been received to offset those costs. And I'll be sharing more information later in the presentation on the grants that we have received and what ones that we anticipate. And now I'll turn it over to Deanna Sayavager, our Deputy Superintendent, to talk through the planning and strategic priorities.
Thank you for that great introduction, Brian. And as Dr. Dupree indicated, we develop our budget and to budget our plan. And what guides us as we think about our strategic path forward is the directional system that's been formulated by the board, which includes the district core beliefs and commitments, the district's mission, vision of the profile of the graduate, and board goals. In addition, as Brian articulated, we went through a very strategic process to determine priority investments that continued for the current school year, along with what was placed on pause with the intent to resume implementation plans. As we geared up for planning in December, staff formulated cross-functional teams to facilitate end-of-year transitions, analyze pandemic response activities, and plan for the 21-22 school year. In addition, the organizational transformation team scheduled a number of stakeholder feedback cycles with a goal to inform planning along the way. As you can see on the screen, our planning efforts are based on a number of different assumptions. The first of which is following CDC guidelines. As we've planned all of our efforts associated with the response to the pandemic and going forward, we'll continue to consult CDC guidelines and monitor those guidelines in making decisions. As we've talked earlier this evening, we have provided a number of opportunities for our staff to get vaccinated. And so by the time that we start the school year next year, over the course of the spring and throughout the summer, any staff member who wants to receive a vaccination will be afforded the opportunity to do so. Based on these two assumptions, we can assume, as we said, all staff returning face-to-face with no accommodations other than those required by law prior to the pandemic. Students would engage face-to-face primarily with a virtual school option as an exemption-based enrollment, and we would provide access for students with technology. So as we continued our planning efforts, a primary strategy that we used was to institute stakeholder feedback cycles. These feedback cycles were established to identify areas of success, opportunities for improvement, and identify key elements that Fort Bend ISD would consider carrying forward from our pandemic response efforts. We started with office hours, and these were an opportunity for staff to engage with Dr. Dupree and members of the executive team in conversations about how we were doing and what improvements they would recommend we consider. The feedback we collected framed the need for teacher planning, looking at specific school learning models, student intervention, compensation, and the continued focus on health and safety protocols.
We then shifted to this particular feedback informed our work stream planning. Using guidance from TEA, the CDC, and as I said, the feedback from the office hours, staff launched plans, the planning process via specific work streams. As the plan began to take shape, focus groups were consulted to analyze plans for school stand-up, including specific decisions tied to identified priorities such as health and safety protocols, contact tracing, and the possibility of discontinuing teacher accommodations, as I mentioned before, master schedule and teaching planning structures, and time allocations for student intervention. The focus groups participants included teacher leaders, the teacher forum, which is a forum of all of our teachers of the year, a number of central office staff, our principals and district leaders in town hall, our campus staff that have been led by their principals, and budget and compensation committee. In all, via these focus groups, we consulted with up to 3,000 employees. So as we think about the key focus areas that emerged throughout the planning process, there were a number of things that emerged. Student and staff supports primarily, which were related to the structure for instructional delivery and the allocation of time to ensure supports were in place, specifically teacher planning via PLC and intervention and enrichment time that we know that our students will need coming off of the pandemic. In addition, student staff supports include compensation, which we'll go into more thoroughly later in the presentation. Student programming, as Brian indicated, we've launched our early college, high school, and P-TECH programs 2 years ago. So we'll start with our third cohort beginning in the 21-22 school year, where we'll be launching our second early literacy center in the Hunters Glen feeder pattern, and we'll be continuing to expand course offerings. Our systems include cybersecurity. As you know, some of what we've learned from the pandemic is that we are more heavily reliant on technology. So we've distributed a number of technology devices to students. And so with that span and scope of technology use, it behooves us to pay more attention to cybersecurity and what we need to do to keep all students and staff information secure. And lastly, our pandemic response efforts will need to continue with respect to contact tracing, social distancing, and as we've heard this evening, CDC guidelines that will guide us on whether students need to continue to wear masks as we go forward for the 21-22 school year. So I'm going to get into more specifics with each one of these areas to share bits and pieces of the plan as they've been formulated to date. And as you notice on the screen, as we look in totality at all of the planning efforts that are in place, $61.6 million would be required for us to institute all of the planning efforts. I'm going to break each one of those down so that you know how they relate to each one of the strategic investment umbrellas and the cost of each. So as we think about student and staff supports, that includes, as I said, teacher planning at a cost of 10.4, student interventions at 2.3 million, a virtual learning school option that's exceptions-based at 3.9 million, and 32 million associated with compensation to attract and retain teachers and staff. As we move on to student programming, as we've mentioned before, we will continue to expand our early college, high school, and P-TECH programs with our third cohort at a cost of $2 million, in addition to investing in launching our second ELC at the Hunters Glen, in the Hunters Glen Elementary feeder pattern. The systems, as I mentioned before, associated with cybersecurity will be at a cost of $2.2 million. And then finally, when we think about our pandemic response, looking at the continued need for contact tracing, depending on where we are at the start of the school year, we're going to continue to explore those options. Once again, as we look at the total cost, $61.6 million. Oops.
Deanna, if I can interject for just a moment. One change I do want to point out to the Board of Trustees as we go through this is the teacher and planning PLC time. And when we initially did the estimate related to this, it was assuming that we had to stand up a new program. However, as you all may recall, when we did the demographic information last year, we were right at 79,000 students. However, our enrollment came in about 2,000 less than that at the start of school. And so as we looked at the number of teachers that we currently have, we actually have the staffing in place that allows us to move forward with this without a direct financial impact as we move forward. And so I do want to point out that the $10.2 million that Deanna mentioned is a correct number. However, most of those staff members are currently in place due to the hiring practices that we engaged in at the beginning of last year. So Deanna, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Brian, for that clarification. So why is it important for us to focus investment on teacher planning time? We know that in order for our teachers to deliver high-quality instruction, they need time to plan. And so we've been committed as a school district to developing systems and structures in our schedule to account for that on a regular basis. So for elementary teachers, we've developed master schedule structures to allocate 70 minutes of planning time. For middle school teachers, 45 to 50 minutes, and high school teachers, a total of 450 additional minutes over 2 weeks. Our master schedules, as I said, we'll get into those more specifically, incorporate time for student intervention and enrichment that we know are going to be necessary for our students in order for us to address learning loss as a result of the COVID pandemic. We also are investing in our summer program and bridge opportunities to support identified students prior to receiving them for the 21-22 school year. And we're looking at targeted elementary interventionists based on student MOI REN 360 data. And then again, as we get our end of year data and as a result of how students perform over the summer bridge. So specifically, let's think about what will school look like next year. Well, as you see at the top, teacher planning time is a big investment, and it's an important investment for our students and for the foundation of our instructional program. Specifically, we're looking at, I'll explain the elementary schedule in more detail. We're looking at a modified block at the middle school level and an AB block at the high school level, all of which will provide additional opportunities for student intervention and support within the school day, while still allowing students at the high school level to earn the necessary credits for graduation and allocate PLC time for content teachers and world language teachers. Professional learning obviously will be required to ensure teachers can maximize instructional time to account for transition and pacing with a 90-minute class period. And I want to make a specific note that this recommendation for an AB block has come to us via high school principals who have collectively come together to do the research and plan and have led their staffs to support the AB block recommendation. As I move into student interventions and the importance of us investing and responding to our student learning needs, specifically, I want to start with summer programming. We've done several bits of research on how we need to structure our summer program. The research has indicated that as we begin to build a summer program to address student needs, it must include 25 hours of math at a minimum and 34 hours of language arts. So as we build our summer plan, we're building it with those hours and more in mind. Our curriculum department is developing curriculum to address specific needs, but we're not going to focus just merely on content. We also know that we need to embed enrichment and SEL activities for our students to motivate them and boost their level of engagement this summer. Along with that, we need to be cognizant of teacher quality. We're going to be recruiting as many of our highest quality teachers to serve in the summer with supplemental pay, because we know that we need our very best teachers in the classroom to get our kids ready prior to starting the 21-22 school year. Our summer program will also account for small class sizes. Our goal is to have no classes larger than 15 for our summer programs. And obviously, we are working to develop a student profile and using data for campuses and guiding campuses to identify specific students who would benefit most from our summer program as this. Again, as I mentioned before, ongoing interventions within the school day are important. I know that there's opportunities for us to intervene with kids before and after school, and sometimes on Saturdays, but the research says that the more that you can do while students are in school, the better off we're going to be. So our structures, again, are developed with ongoing interventions within the school day. Specifically in Fort Bend ISD, right now, currently, we have Tier 3 supports that are delivered by lit teachers and math specialists, and interventionists use the level literacy intervention and number worlds to address students. We'll continue with those allocated staff members per campus as we move forward to the 21-22 school year. The itinerant staff that are mentioned would support campuses who cannot address Tier 3 intervention needs with the current campus-based allocated staff. The same qualifications would hold true as the current staff for those particular positions. They would receive the same training that our lit teachers and our math specialists receive, and the academic affairs and Department of School Leadership departments will work collaboratively to determine the campus deployment based on the specific intervention needs. And obviously, we'll have ongoing monitoring of the work that they're doing, which may lead to adjustments, because we know that some of that and student performance may be fluid. So where we may allocate an additional staff member to a campus, if they make ground on their Tier 3 and their number of Tier 3 students who need intervention are reduced, then we can redeploy that itinerant interventionist to another campus. But they will be deployed and dedicated to particular campuses to make up for whatever current campus allocations are not sufficient. And then specifically with our pandemic response, as we noted, we will be following CDC guidelines. CDC has published new guidelines in terms of social distancing that have gone from 6 feet to 3 feet. So our planning teams are planning with 3 feet of social distancing in mind. And as I said, we continue to monitor to determine what level of contact tracing we'll need to continue to employ as we move forward for the 21-22 school year. I'm going to get into some of the specific master schedule pieces at this point. I'm going to start with our elementary master schedules. And I want to note that all of our master schedules were developed with specific instructional priorities in mind. They're not simply structures to schedule students. They're developed with a specific intent and priorities. So for elementary, our specific priorities, as I've mentioned before, was to ensure that we could allocate PLC time for teachers. And the schedule that you see on the screen allocates PLC time every 6 days, PLC time. The schedule also indicates 45 minutes of intervention time daily for students. It also includes an out-class rotation with STEM out-classes that are added to the rotation, along with making sure that we are able to remain in compliance with our PE instructional minutes. Several of you on the board are new members to the board, and a year and a half ago when we presented this elementary schedule to the board, we indicated that there were a number of elementary campuses who may have been out of compliance with the number of elementary minutes, so we wanted to make sure that any elementary schedule going forward would account for that so that we could remain in compliance. This schedule also maintains the recommended content instructional minutes, and I want to share for a minute, there's been some questions about the difference between green day and red day. So I wanted to walk you through a specific example here. So Green Day outlines the student's daily schedule. And when you hit Red Day, it's still a student schedule, but that Red Day accounts for that grade level's teacher PLC time due to the extended outclass time for students. So if I walk you through kinder, and I can barely see it, but Brian, will you hand me your, what you see is, I believe that on the 13th of that month, or is it the 17th of that month, you see, thank you, sorry. Yeah, the 17th of that month. So if you look at August 17th, kindergarten would be a red day, because that would be the day that they would have their extended outclass time for students so that the teachers could have their PLC time. Then you've got Green Day on the 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, and 24th. And then again, on that 6th day, the 25th, kindergarten would go through another red day rotation. When we think about, yeah, this is our proposed middle school master schedule. The first proposed middle school master schedule is a hybrid block. The highlights of this particular schedule are that teachers would teach 6 out of 7. On Monday, Thursday, and Friday, students would see all of their classes for 50 minutes. On Tuesday, they would see 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. On Wednesday, 5th, 6th, and 7th for 90 minutes. And then on 4th and 8th, during 4th period for Tuesday and 8th period on Wednesday, the allocated time would be split between intervention and enrichment and or PLC time for teachers. The teachers would see students 4 times a week, and there would be no additional staff required. When you look at the second middle school option, it's a 7-period day that's modified. Again, teachers teach 6 out of 7. Teachers see students every day in this particular model. And in order to create the enrichment and intervention time during the week, along with the PLC time, you can see that on Tuesday and Wednesday, classes are reduced from 50 minutes to 45 minutes. Again, this allows teachers the PLC time and works in the intervention and enrichment time for students. Both of these schedules do not require additional staff. So as we think about the proposed high school master schedule, again, I want to reiterate that the AB block allocates PLC time for content and world language teachers who would teach 6 out of 8. It allows for student intervention and enrichment within the school day. And as we continue to work through those master schedules, we're going to be looking very closely to strategically schedule interventions. For example, if a student was going to be in a block intervention class for Algebra 1, that means they would be double blocked. Perhaps on A day, they would have their actual algebra class, and on B day, we would strategically schedule them so that they would have the intervention supports that would support that class. So in that case, students who need to see and be engaged in that content every day rather than every other day. So when I say strategic, that's what we're looking at in terms of interventions. That would also support our English language learners with their language development, should they be in a situation that requires intervention as well. There's also opportunities for credit recovery through OLAB, and again, enrichment opportunities in the form of independent study for those students who may wish to expand or enrich their learning if they're gifted and talented students or AP students. We would double block fine arts and athletics, and teachers would see, in an AB block, teachers see their students every other day. Now, I want to qualify the fact that simply addressing the structure of the school day does not guarantee improved student performance. I think that we can all agree on that. So other important steps that we need to take as a school district are to include professional learning, especially as it relates to increasing the instructional time for teachers. As I said, Something that's going to make teachers more effective is the way that they plan for transitions and how they pace that 90 minutes of time. We also will incorporate monitoring measures as well as ongoing feedback cycles. Same feedback cycles that we use to plan, we'll continue feedback cycles throughout the school year so that we can gain feedback from our stakeholders, just how these schedules are doing and whether they are truly supporting students the way we've intended them to. As we think about the next piece of staff and student supports, obviously we talked about the fact that our expectation is the vast majority of our students will return face-to-face. However, we are still planning for a virtual option on an exception-based enrollment, with an exceptions-based enrollment process. We are still working on specific criteria for that particular school, but as you see on the screen, we would allocate specific staff dedicated to that virtual school. Administrators, teachers, and any support staff would be dedicated to the virtual school rather than the way we're currently operating now, offering virtual and face-to-face options within every campus. As we move on, another piece of staff and student supports is associated with the attraction and retention of effective teachers and staff. And at this time, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Gwen Touche so that she can outline the planning efforts in that area.
Thank you, Deanna. Our goal in Fort Bend ISD is to attract and retain top talent by offering competitive pay, recognizing the level of skills, effort, and responsibility of our workforce while maintaining internal and external equity. With that in mind, administration is planning for an increase in teacher starting salary by increasing the rate of $3,000. And this would average to a 6% pay increase for teachers that are on the step scale. So going from a minimum starting salary of $55,500 to a minimum starting salary of $58,500. We are also planning for, oh, go back to the other slide, please. I'm sorry. Back, thank you. We are also planning for a non-teacher adjustment with a 4% increase of the midpoint for non-teachers that are on the traditional pay scale, both totaling $32.2 million. So I wanted to share the next 3 slides with you to give you an idea of how we evaluated and have factored in planning for an increase for teachers and non-teachers this year. So I'm starting by illustrating in the table that you see on this slide, the current state of not only Fort Bend ISD, but our competing districts, such as Lamar, Katy, Houston, Aldine that neighbor us, and Ailey that neighbor us. And what you'll find in the chart and what we found is that the pay increase for teachers and non-teachers varied by district. There wasn't a particular pattern that we found this year, and we believe that is due to the pandemic and the budget cost that came along with unbudgeted factors that we encountered in our district and others encountered in their district. But you can see that other districts like Fort Bend did not increase the teacher pay. So if you look at the 4th column there, where it says pay increase, that indicates how much a district increased the pay for teachers this school year. Once the school year started, we did find that some school districts offered a retention supplement or perhaps gave their teachers a step increase. Then on the next scale, I wanted to share with you, and what we did is look at the history. So if you'll move to the next slide. And if you start all the way to the right-hand side of this slide, we'll progress over the years, starting with 2016-17. You can see that during that year, Fort Bend ISD was lagging the market. We were there toward the bottom with a starting salary of $50,500. We knew that we needed to come back with a competitive adjustment that following year in 2017-18, which put us meeting the market that year. In 2018-19, even though we fell just a little bit, you can see that at 53,000, we weren't too far off from Alvin, who was leading the market at that time. But what happened also during that period between 2018-19 and 19-20 is our House Bill 3, in which some districts were based on formulas set at the state were given funding for teacher increases. This was a mandate across the state, but a formula was used, and some districts fared very well with the outcome of those formulas. Unfortunately, our district did not, and as a result, our starting salary was toward the lower end of meeting the market. And then you can see the current this year from 2020 to 2021, where we stand among our our benchmark districts. The next slide indicates the variable in comparison to our benchmarks. So you can see how far our salaries are apart from Lamar, Pearland, Spring Branch, A-Leaf, and other surrounding districts. We are planning on, we looked at two scenarios. One would assume that other districts would increase their teacher starting salary by $1,000. And if in scenario one, we were to increase to 2,500, you could see how that would put us among our competing districts. Scenario two is what we're planning for, and that includes that $3,000 starting salary increase for teachers, both of which would put us meeting the market.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Gwen. So that concludes our, oops, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that there were additional clicks. Sorry for the disruption. Okay, so moving along that concludes our student and staff supports. I'm going to turn our attention to student programming. As I mentioned before, 2 years ago, we launched our first early college high school and P-TECH programs at Marshall High School, Hightower High School, and Willow Ridge High School. So we'll be launching our year 3 cohort in the 21-22 school year at a cost of $2 million, which will account for 15 additional teachers and the instructional materials that will be required for that particular program. $1.8 million for the Early Literacy Center launch in the Hunters Glen feeder pattern. What that entails is an investment of $1.8 million for staffing, along with supports and interventions to launch that campus adequately. I would say that specifically for the ELC launch, it will entail the pre-K students from the entire feeder pattern that would attend the ELC, and then the Hunters Glen kinder and first grade students for year 1. In terms of systems supports and pandemic response, as I mentioned before, we've expanded the use of technology across the district. And I'll call your attention to an unfunded mandate that was established by Senate Bill 820 in the last legislative session. It requires districts to secure student personal identifiable information. And because we've distributed over 30,000 student devices due to COVID-19, it's increased the district's risk exposure. So we do need to make a significant investment in cybersecurity. And as I mentioned before, contact tracing. All of our mitigation efforts that we've employed for this school year have proven to be successful for us to keep our staff and our students safe and secure in response to the pandemic. But as I mentioned before, we'll continue to monitor CDC guidelines and the information that we're receiving from our health professionals to ensure a safe environment. So we're not sure what the specific contact tracing that will entail as we move into 21, 22. That may be an area of the budget where we may be able to pull back somewhat, but we're still investigating that and researching what that would look like. And lastly, when we think about ongoing priorities that continue to support our instructional system, I wanted to call your attention. If you recall, Brian mentioned that we launched a number of innovative programs in the Marshall and Willow Ridge feeder patterns. So as we go into 21, 22, there are still a few programs that we need to fund associated with modern band, mariachi, and an esports pilot. We've also discussed and we put on hold for the 2021 school year, but we're well prepared and ready to launch dual language, phase 1 of our dual language initiative. We'll launch with pre-K and kinder cohorts, this is gonna be a one-way. However, we will be training our kinder teachers in 23, 24 with a two-way model with the anticipated implementation in 24, 25 to begin to build a two-way cohort at that time. In addition, we've been working on improving our gifted and talented program. We drafted a 5-year plan, so there are investments associated with that plan as we go into 21, 22. Obviously, last week on Wednesday, we heard a wonderful presentation about all of the tiered supports that we have associated with social emotional learning. So we'll continue to invest in those programs and supports for our students. The Reading Academy was a mandate by the legislature, the previous legislature. So we'll continue to invest in that supplemental pay for teachers as they go through the Reading Academy training. And then finally, community-based accountability and developing our evidentiary plan associated with community-based accountability will require an investment. So at this time, I'm going to hand it back over to Brian so that he can share specific numbers and outlook associated with the budget.
Thank you, Deanna. So as we move into 2021, this is a legislative year, and the legislature is currently in session. They opened in January. And I'll have to say that this year has been rather quiet compared to years past, especially compared to the 86th legislature in 2019. And as it stands today, the filed budgets in both the House and the Senate fully fund Senate Bill 2 and House Bill 3. However, it's important to note that the state is currently facing about a $5 billion deficit, and both the Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker have indicated that they intend to assure that the budget includes the funds promised during the 86 legislative sessions to school. Although, again, it is a legislative session and promises are often made and sometimes they're not kept. Although the preliminary budget funds both House Bill 3 and Senate Bill 2, there are no increases to state funding formulas, and both the basic allotment and the Austin yield are unchanged. That does mean that there is no mandatory compensation adjustments required as stipulated in House Bill 3, because those only occur when the basic allotment is increased. So again, the good news is they have fully funded House Bill 3 and Senate Bill 2, but there's no increases to the basic allotment, so that means no additional money other than that comes from enrollment growth. There are 7 bills that staff is currently watching closely. These bills have the potential to negatively or positively impact the district. House Bill 3445 limits how much fund balance a school district can maintain to 110 days, and it also stipulates how those funds must be expended if you exceed the 110 days. So this is one we're watching very closely. House Bill 1395 deals with property valuation and the appointment of appraisal boards. And House Bill 3723 changes the requirement for bond elections to state that in order to be successful and considered valid, at least 25% of the voters that are registered must participate in that bond election. House Bill 1468 is a bill that would benefit school districts, and it allows districts to receive ADA funding for students receiving online learning. And without this change, the current model that Fort Bend ISD is using to administer online learning, we would not receive funding for those students if this bill is not successful. There are 3 bills that would set mandatory staffing standards for nurses, counselors, and facility staffing that we're watching. And then finally, we're also watching Senate Bill 1786, and that would increase the district's TRS contribution from 1.7% to 3.5% if it was successful, and obviously that would have a financial impact on the district. We continue to monitor these bills and any others that come up, and we will respond as necessary if there are any that are given serious consideration by the legislature that would detrimentally affect the district or affect local control in any way. I'll now walk through how we anticipate ending the 2021 school year, and our assumptions are built on revenue assumptions are built on property tax collections coming in at 98.5%, and this is in line with our historic collections. We're not seeing any indications that the pandemic has impacted collections at this point. We're calculating the hold harmless provision on enrollment for both the fall and spring semesters, and it was announced by TEA that the hold harmless would be extended into the spring semester. And each year, the controller estimates property values for school districts, and in 2020, the assessed property values assigned by the controller did not take into account the full consideration or the full impact of property exemptions. And we did consult with our property tax attorney, and his recommendation was to file an appeal on those values. The district always appeals those property values when they come in different like that, and to this point, we have not had an unsuccessful appeal. But I do want to point it out because it is an assumption built in that that appeal would be successful. But again, our track record on this is very good. We're also assuming that we don't charge students who take credit recovery or remedial coursework this summer. In a normal year, we have fees associated with students who participate in summer school for both of those activities, but we're assuming that we will waive those fees for the 2021 school year based on the impact that the pandemic has had on student learning. And finally, we're assuming that we receive COVID relief funds from a variety of different grant funding sources, and I'll review that information next. So to date, the district has received about $4.5 million in grant funds to help offset the cost of COVID expenditures, and we have about $12.4 million that has been submitted but not received. We did receive $1.8 million from Fort Bend County CARES Act funding, and there was a board question several weeks ago about that amount, and I do want to call that out specifically. This reimbursed for unbudgeted COVID expenditures, but that funding did lapse in December, so we have not received any additional funding since December, and this represents the reimbursements we received through that point. And I do want to point out that that covered our contact tracing, wellness monitors, as well as offsetting costs associated with the drive-through feeding programs that we offered during the summer and spring of last year. And so again, that funding has expired. We did have about $9.9 million in outstanding requests that were not funded due to the fact that the county funds did lapse and they had expended what they have. So they notified us that if they received additional funding, we may be eligible for it, but to this point, we're not assuming that we receive any additional county funding based on what we've already received. And I guess the final point that I will make on that is that funding was received on a reimbursement basis, meaning that the district had to make the expenditure before we actually received the reimbursement. So everything that we were reimbursed for was a prior expenditure made by the district. We've received about $680,000 from TEA for Operation Connectivity, and that's for wireless hotspots and airtime. We received $730,000 in personal protective equipment from TEA, and they're also reimbursing the cost of Schoology, which is our online learning management system, for 2 years. We received $1 million in provider relief funds from the Department of Health and Human Services, and these funds covered lost revenues and expenditures that were attributable to COVID-19. And on the $12.4 million in outstanding grant funds, $2.7 million of that is associated with the Texas Department of Emergency Management grant that I mentioned earlier, and $8.32 million is for prior purchase program through TEA, and that reimburses the district for expenditures made for COVID-19 related expenditures that we've already made. So it's reimbursing us for expenditures that were previously made, not future expenditures. And finally, we do anticipate about $1.4 million from the Texas Department of Agriculture to reimburse us for lost revenues in our Child Nutrition Fund. And as I mentioned earlier, that is something that the general fund is currently bearing the cost for as a result of that fund not being able to carry losses. There are 2 major sources of funding that we have not built into the budget at this point. the second round of the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds that were signed into law in December of 2020, and that's also known as ESSER. And TEA has not released any guidance on how those funds can be used or where it will be distributed, or when it will be distributed. Based on our initial calculations, we estimate that the district is eligible to receive up to $38.7 million of that funding, depending on the ultimate outcome that the TEA presents. And then the American Rescue Plan that was passed earlier this month includes $130 billion for K through 12. That allocation for Texas is $12.4 billion. And again, there has been no communication from or guidance from TEA on when or how these funds could be used. So we're still awaiting that guidance. However, I do want to point out that there is move afoot at the legislature that would strip direct allocation of the funds to school districts, meaning that any funding that we receive would have TEA strings attached to it. We have submitted a list of projects that we would that indicate how we would utilize those funds, including our summer bridge program that Deanna mentioned and the intervention efforts that we'll have. And we're hopeful that as the legislature moves forward, they will consider making direct allocations to school districts as opposed to having it flow through TEA and have strings attached to it. That is a much more restrictive use of those funds. And again, I do want to emphasize that currently, although we are aware of these fundings, any numbers that you see do not include the potential impact of receiving this revenue. So obviously, if this was received, our financial picture would look very different and much improved. Moving to our expenditure assumptions, we are assuming that we continue to have salary savings for the vacant positions that are open for the remainder of the year. And we'll continue to see expenditures associated with COVID-19, and that includes our contact tracing, wellness monitors, as well as the child nutrition deficit that I mentioned a moment ago. We're also including known expenditures associated with the winter weather storm that we experienced in mid-February. And finally, we're assuming that we fund the T building moves from bond contingency funds to benefit the general fund and assure that it has capacity to move forward into 21-22. So based on the revenue and expenditure assumptions I've outlined, we anticipate that revenues in the general fund will be about $2 million higher than the adopted budget, and that accounts for the $12.42 million in grant funds that I outlined earlier that we have not yet received. But it does not include any of the ESSER or American Rescue funds that I also indicated. We're expecting expenditures to be higher than the adopted budget by about $22.3 million, and that takes into account the additional COVID expenditures that I indicated. And then for other sources and uses, we were originally anticipating a transfer in from the Extended Learning Fund. Each year, that fund contributes about $2 million to $2.5 million to the general fund based on the positive cash flow it has. However, due to lower participation this year and the fact that we did pay those employees during their time off, we are expecting a slight loss there, so we are not making that transfer as usual. And then again, I've mentioned the deficit in child nutrition of about $1.5 million. That's where we're accounting for that particular loss. So the end result is that we expect to utilize about $29 million in fund balance versus the $5 million that we originally anticipated. And although we are drawing down fund balance, we do expect to end the year with 91 days of fund balance in our reserves so that we do meet our fund balance operating reserve requirements. But that does obviously prove to be very challenging as we move into 21-22. And so I'll walk you through the 21-22 budget outlook as we go forward. And there are 4 critical factors that influence the budget, and that includes enrollment growth, legislative outcomes, property values, and the tax rate. And last week, the district's demographer shared with you all the projected enrollment growth for the upcoming year. And the estimates we've calculated are based on their moderate growth scenario of 79,701 students, and that equates to a refined ADA number of about 76,053, which is what we use for funding purposes. We've also included growth in our special ed population of 1%, which has been what we've seen historically. And ultimately, we expect our SPED population to be about 13% of our total enrollment once we've finished identifying all eligible students. And for those of you who have kept up with that, you may recall that the state of Texas had an artificial statute in place that did not allow you to exceed about 8% SPED enrollment. Once that was removed, we started to see consistent growth in our special education area, and that continues, and we would expect that to continue probably over the next 1 to 3 years. We anticipate about 38,000 of our overall enrollment to be what we call economically disadvantaged, and that's out of our total enrollment of 79,701, and that equates to an economically disadvantaged population of 45%. I do want to go on a brief rabbit trail just for a moment because Gwen Touche did indicate that House Bill 3 contained a provision that benefited some area districts more so than Fort Bend ISD, and you may be asking the question why. There were two primary factors that led to Fort Bend ISD not receiving as much funding as some of our local neighbors did. One is that we don't have a high enough economically disadvantaged population, and although you may think 45% is high, there are other surrounding districts that have higher, and therefore they benefited at a higher level than what Fort Bend ISD is. The second, we were not a Chapter 41 school district, meaning that we paid funds back to the state because we were property wealthy. So those districts that were property wealthy and had a higher proportion of free and reduced lunch students or economically disadvantaged students received a much higher benefit. And that's one of the primary driving factors that led to our school district not receiving the same level of funding as other school districts. So that's something that as we go forward, we obviously are working to make sure that we identify those students that are eligible for free and reduced lunch, because that has a direct relationship on how much funding we receive through House Bill 3. So the estimates that we have prepared are done around the 86th legislative session outcomes, and the basic allotment was set at $6,160, and again, there is no expected change there as I indicated earlier. We're assuming continued compression of the tax rate based on property value growth, and we're preparing for an efficiency audit in the event the board opts to conduct a voter approval tax rate election. And I mentioned property value growth a moment ago, and Senate Bill 3 does cap that at 2.5%, and I'll share a bit more with that in just a moment. And we're going to be utilizing the new terminology in all of our required publications, and that includes the use of VATRE instead of TRE, as that terminology was changed as part of Senate Bill 2 and House Bill 3. And finally, again, if the board does opt to do a VATRE, that does have to be held in November on a uniform election date going forward. For our property values, we have met with the chief appraiser 2 times, and based on those meetings, he and his team are recommending property value growth at 4%. And they actually indicated 4 to 4.5%, so we feel like using a 4% number is being fiscally conservative. During our meetings, they indicated that they are seeing robust residential home sales throughout the region that occurred last year, and they're not expecting a near-term COVID impact on residential values. We'll receive the preliminary certified roll at the end of next month on April 23rd, and then we'll receive the certified tax roll in July, which will inform us actually what the tax rate needs to be. But overall, we are expecting positive growth in property values for the current or the upcoming year. And based on the chief appraiser's guidance, we're expecting our property value to increase to $46 billion from $44.2 billion. And that growth is somewhat consistent with what we've seen in historic trends. The 4% essentially compares back to what we saw in 2018. And again, you can see the up and down trends there. There have actually only been 2 periods in recent memory where we have seen negative property value growth. So House Bill 3 did create several mechanisms for automatic property rate compression, and the state compressed rate is expected to remain flat at 91.64 cents, and that's what we have, or assuming in the budget. The 2.5% cap to local property values that's introduced is still in effect, so any growth over 4 or 2.5% would be capped. However, it's important to point out, although with that rate is capped, we don't necessarily lose revenue, and I'll share more on that in just a moment. So if we look at the 4% property value growth for Fort Bend ISD, our initial calculations suggest that our compressed rate for the district would be about 87.7 cents as opposed to the current 99 cents. And so that would be about it would be about a 1.3 cent reduction to our current O&M rate. So if growth goes up or down by 1%, you can see on there what would happen to the tax rate. But again, I want to emphasize that the Tier 1 rate, although it can go up or down, the way that the new formula works is it shifts the burden from the school district over to the state. And so the benefit to that is our taxpayers pay less on their tax bill, but it also is predicated on the fact that the state maintains its financial obligations that it puts forward. And so again, we've seen times in the past where they have made financial commitments that they're not able to uphold. And we're hopeful that although this burden is benefiting our taxpayers, the state is able to step forward and fully fund this compression so that we don't see a shortfall on the local side. So it does benefit our taxpayers, but we also need to be cognizant there are definite risks associated with this transition that the state has implemented. As I indicated, we are using PASA's moderate growth in our enrollment scenarios. We're assuming average daily membership of 78,810 and an attendance rate of 96.5%. We discussed our property value growth rate at 4%, and we're assuming a weighted average daily attendance growth rate of 3.8%. And then again, we discussed our free and reduced counts. That'll be about 45% of our overall enrollment. We've incorporated in funds for anticipated campus staffing allocations, including special education, and the $51.2 million in strategic priorities that Ms. VATRE just reviewed. And then finally, for the first time in recent memory, the district is eligible for the fast growth allotment, and that additional funding is incorporated into our estimate. So I mentioned that we've incorporated the strategic priorities into the budget, and I showed that donut earlier, and we started out at $21.7 million and ended up coming in at about $7.7 million. So I emphasize that to indicate that we will be going through a process of refining those numbers in the coming weeks and expect that number to come down. And although we will refine those estimates, we do anticipate that there will be some impact to the tax rate, and we will likely need some type of adjustment even with those refinements. And essentially what we want to do is to balance the budget and minimize the impact that we're having to our taxpayers at the same time. So before I move forward, I want to reiterate we're still in the refinement process. Everything that you see right now is for planning purposes, and those numbers will be subject to change as we bring forward future budget recommendations and estimates to the board. And I'm saying all that because I'm preparing you for the sticker shock for what's about to come next. So that's why I lay all of that out there and give myself lots of caveats and other loopholes there. So if we were to move forward with all the investments that we've outlined, we would be looking at a deficit of about $88 million. And that would also mean our fund balance was at 48 days, which is something that is not allowed by board policy and something that we would not want to move forward with. But again, we'll be refining our numbers as we move forward, and you can expect next time that you see this number that there will be changes to it based on those refinements that we make. But again, as it stands today and what we've presented to you, this is how things would fare. So one of the tools that we have at our disposal to address the shortfall is adjusting the tax rate. And as we've previously discussed with the board can call a VATRE to authorize an increase to the tax rate. And we currently have 11 pennies available to us. That includes 2 golden pennies and 9 copper pennies. In order to conduct the VATRE, the board must call the election, and it has to be conducted in November, as I previously mentioned. And we're also required to conduct an efficiency audit as part of that process and post the results to our website, as well as the board having a formal discussion publicly. The tax code, and I'm shifting gears a little bit here, so the tax code also allows governmental entity to enact disaster pennies during a declared disaster. And there was a disaster declared around COVID, which means we could choose to enact disaster pennies as well. Now, this is not you can do a VATRE and disaster pennies. It's an either-or situation. So we can do disaster pennies or VATRE. As with the VATRE, we have 11 pennies available to us, and the board can enact some or all of those pennies without an election. So this is something done at the discretion of the board. However, those pennies have an expiration date, and they will expire at the end of the 21-22 school year if we move forward with that pathway. So I'll talk through the advantages of the VATRE as well as using disaster pennies. And as it relates to the VATRE, it will generate about $59 million in additional revenue to the district, or about $5.4 million per penny. It does provide us with an ongoing source of funding for board priorities, and it allows voters to weigh in on the tax rate. In addition, we'll generate additional revenues in the future based on property value growth. So this is something that will continue to grow over time if that option were taken. However, there are risks associated with doing a VATRE, and that includes voters not opting to go forward with that and choosing to vote it down. So that is a risk that we would face if we were to go down that pathway. And then, of course, there's also the negative risk or the negative impact on the tax bill for taxpayers. So we want to highlight both of those as items that would be discussed. If we move forward with the VATRE, there are a number of key dates associated with doing that. In February, the board did approve a contract with Whitley Penn to conduct an efficiency audit, so we have met that milestone. And we've initiated the process to ensure that the board has the flexibility to choose the most appropriate course of action around the tax rate. So we're moving forward with an efficiency audit. If the board chooses not to do it, we have the efficiency audit in our pocket. If the board chooses to move forward, we have all the tools available for the board to go forward with that action. So we're trying to maintain the maximum amount of flexibility as we go forward with the tax rate. We expect the efficiency audit to be completed in June. The board would review that in July and also hold the public discussion at that time. And then in August, the board would vote on a tax rate and call the VATRE if that's an option that the board chooses to go forward with. And again, that election must occur on a uniform election date in November. So the disaster pennies are very similar to the VATRE. Each penny generates about $5.4 million for a total of $59 million. It is a one-time funding source to address the COVID slide, and it only impacts taxpayers for 1 year. Using the disaster pennies also allows a 1-year transition for the board and new leadership to build the strategic framework and adjust the future tax rate to support district priorities. So that is an advantage of using the disaster pennies. The risk that we are associated with that is that it is not a recurring revenue source, so it is only good for 1 year. And if we didn't do something the following year, we would likely have some ramifications associated with that and would need to make adjustments there. But I would say perhaps the most concerning here is that the legislature could redefine what a disaster is and exclude pandemics from that definition. And there is a precedent for that because currently droughts are not considered a disaster, although they're considered a disaster in the disaster bill. For the tax bill purposes, they are not considered, or I'm sorry, for the tax code purposes, they are not considered disaster. And we are hearing from our organizations that there is discussion at the legislative levels to potentially change that. So again, what I would say is as a district, we're positioning ourselves to have the greatest degree of flexibility that we can. So if the legislature chooses to eliminate this option, we're still maintaining the ability to conduct the VATRE again if the board chooses to go that direction. So I want to step through for just a moment some of the tax management strategies that the district has engaged in over the years. And we always take a very conservative approach with a tax rate. And in the past, we've always looked to minimize the impact that we're going to have on our taxpayers. And one of the ways that the board accomplished this back in 2017 was this tax swap and drop that we did. So with that scenario, the overall tax rate was reduced by 2 cents. And with that action, what occurred is the INS rate was raised by 4 cents. I'm sorry, the INS rate was reduced by 4 cents, while we increased the O&M rate by 2 cents. So the overall impact on the tax bill was a 2-cent reduction to the tax rate. And the end result of that action was about $19.4 million in additional revenue to the school district, primarily from state revenues. I'm illustrating the historic tax rate here, and this also shows the tax swap and drop when it occurred in 2017. And again, I want to highlight this history to show that as a district, we do everything that we can to minimize the impact that we have on taxpayers. And if you look, we went 9 years with no change in our O&M rate, and it stayed at $1.04 until we had the tax swap and drop, and that's the only point at which it was increased. And again, that was done with an overall decrease to the tax rate by 2 cents. So in our current situation, we will be doing everything that we can to minimize the impact that we have on taxpayers. But we do expect to have some adjustments to allow us to move forward with the strategic priorities that we've outlined, and those will be necessary to address the learning loss that we anticipate from COVID-19 and to address student needs going forward. So what I'll leave you with as we wrap up the conversation, in the Houston region, we currently have one of the lowest tax rates in the area. And if you look, 2 of our larger peer districts, both Katy and Cy-Fair, have tax rates that are roughly 10 cents higher than what Fort Bend ISD is. And I mention those because those are typically held up as exemplar districts that are high performing. If we were to enact the disaster pennies or a VATRE, which would increase our tax rate up to 11 cents, we would increase to $1.35, and that would move us up to the middle of the pack. So we would not be the highest, but we would no longer be among the lowest ranked school districts as it relates to tax rate. So as we consider the budget, I want to close with a reminder that as we look at this, there are currently no federal funds built in from ESSER or the the APA Act. And we do expect to receive some of that funding that would be available to us. I also mentioned that we've started the process for conducting a VATRE should the board choose to go that direction, or if the legislature chooses to limit our options on that by removing COVID as a potential disaster. And finally, what I want to emphasize is that we're actively refining our estimates. That's an ongoing process. And when we come back to you in April, we'll be able to show you what that progress is and how things look as we move towards balancing the budget and bringing forward a recommendation to the Board of Trustees. And then the final thing that I would like to show is that if we were to add in those 11 pennies to the budget, I shared with you a moment ago a deficit of $88 million, and the revenue generated by the 11 pennies would close that, and we would be looking at a deficit of roughly $37.8 million, and that increases our operating days from the 48 to about 70. So again, we still have some refinement work to do, but I would suspect that with the support of an additional levy on the tax rate, we would have the capacity to close that gap and bring us back to the 90-day operating reserve that we normally have. And again, you will begin to see more of that work as we bring forward information in April. And so as we move forward in April, you will begin to anticipate to receive the preliminary property values. And then also, I'd like to call out that we'll potentially call a budget public hearing at that in April as well. And then, as a reminder, that is when we hold our all-star talent draft, which is when we try to attempt recruit the best teachers in the area, or when we do recruit the best teachers in the area. And then in June, we'll do our final amendment on the current year budget and bring forward the fund balance resolution, as well as the efficiency audit will be potentially completed at that point. So I've reviewed the remainder of these dates with you, so I won't go through the rest of them, but I will say that we have a busy schedule ahead of us, and that additional information will be forthcoming. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't leave you all with a Latin lesson. And so after this year is completed, you all are probably familiar with Carpe Diem, but I think we will be all saying Carpe Venum, which is seize the wine. And I will very much be enjoying that, hopefully with the rest of you all, as we wrap up a very successful budget year for 21-22. And that concludes the presentation, and I'm going to sit back down and we'll take any questions that you all may have.
All right. Thank you so much, all of you all, for the presentation. There was a lot of information to unpack. And so before we get, I was excited to hear about our teacher raises. I know, Brian, you and I spoke on the phone some time ago and say, hey, how can we get our teachers raises? So I'm glad to see what we were able to do there. And then also definitely the gap that we have, that our children may have, for us not to have to charge our students for that recovery is one of the positive things that I heard in this presentation. So what I'm going to do is now open it up for all of our board members to speak and ask questions. And so I'm going to, this is a lot of information. So I would like to do this in rounds to make sure that everyone have an opportunity, to ask some questions and come back around to people. So if we could hold up to those, I think 2 questions, kind of protocol. I know we've asked some questions ahead of time as well to Dr. Dupree and his staff, and so we'll highlight some of those questions as well during this conversation. So we have a difference in our boardroom today. So this is our first time back here, and so I'm trying to navigate through our new seating arrangement. We need highlighted red and green to come up now. So we need some new technology that allows us to do that, so I'll know who's asking questions. So I'm just going to go around. Okay. Jim, please. Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Glenn, thank you for the presentation, and Ms. Saavedra. If I'm understanding this correctly, whether we have the voter-approved tax referendum or the disaster pennies, the yield is the same. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So that would yield $55 million, and we're short over $80 million.
Based on our current numbers, without being refined, yes, sir, that is correct.
On what you presented, we're short $80 million, and if we did the tax swap, that would yield another 19 million. We'd still be, that's 74 million. We're still short.
Well, and sorry to correct you on the tax swap and drop, that is something that was done in 2017. So the budget already incorporates in that swap that was done then that yielded the 19 million. So that was something that the board enacted then that we're benefiting from today.
Okay, so it's not available to do again.
Correct. That's something that's already built into the budget assumptions.
And Dr. Dupree, when is the end of our school year? Is it when the kids get out of school in May?
The first week of June.
Okay. All right. So we've got some work to do, but this doesn't include any of the federal money which the federal government has informed the state they need to pay to the school districts and not just use it to decrease the amount of money they have to pay, right? But we don't know what they're going to do yet.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And, okay. And if these things, if Dan Huberty's bill passed, I guess we'd be safe from having to worry about any penalties he might incur, which I've heard if we exceed 110-day fund balance, the shortest dollar for dollar, each amount we're over that. And that's what I've been hearing.
That is a potential, or the bill also will require us to make an option on how to expend those additional funds, either through staff raises, preventative maintenance, or paying down debt. But yes, sir, there is what you could call a penalty for being a good financial steward.
Okay. And the last thing I still need a little study on, if our CAD appraised value, it looks like it's gone up $2 billion from last year, is that right? From
Yes, sir.
44 to 46.
Yes, sir.
Which is a 4% increase, and we can only take advantage of 2.5% of that. So as our appraised value exceeds 2.5%, we're penalized on that, but the state is supposed to make up the difference if they have the money. So either way, we know we have some work. We have some work cut out ahead of us, and some prayers too. And I would like to point out the only reason we could do the tax drop and swap a couple of years ago is because there's no compression on the INS tax rate. So as that appraised value increases, there's no 2.5% compression on that. And we reached a point where we could reduce that by 4 cents and add 2 cents to the M&O, increase the M&O 2 cents. Overall, the overall tax rate decreased 2 cents. But it was tricky. It was tricky. And we had to exercise quite a bit of courage and sharpen our pencil to prove that we were not getting into the realm where we would have to have a recall election. So, all right, that's really all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Helliger, and thank you, Mr. Rice, for those comments. I have a few financial questions. I'll start there for round one.
Thank you.
I heard the board president. So when you shared the budget with us, and you've got the deficit budget there, and you're talking about refining numbers and bringing forward a balanced budget in the future. Is that what I understood you to say?
Yes, ma'am.
As well as one that has a 90-day fund balance still intact?
Yes, ma'am. That would be our primary objective.
Okay, well, that's excellent. And so that's what we're looking forward to, for. Then you talked a little bit about House Bill 3 and the funding. Does my understanding was that during the last budget state legislative cycle, during House Bill 3 funding, we had some type of hold harmless that was in place that provided some additional funding. Will that continue after this legislative session? Is that pending? How does that play into what you've shown us today?
So that's an interesting and complicated question at the same time. So what I would say is that, yes, you are correct. The state included a transition funding grant as part of House Bill 3 for districts that did not receive at least, I believe it was a 2% increase over the old funding formula. And we qualified for that because we did not see greater than a 2% increase. However, that funding is set to sunset, I believe, in the 23-24 school year. However, and I mentioned that we qualify for the fast growth allotment for the first time. By qualifying for that, at least at this point, that takes us out of the need for the transition funding formula, which obviates the danger of us losing that in the future. However, if the fast growth doesn't continue, we risk falling back down. Again, it was set to expire in 23-24, so there's still some risk there. But what I would also add is what we were seeing, and I'm getting a little complicated here, what we were seeing in our SPED growth is that we would exit prior to 23-24 as it stands now because of our growth in SPED enrollment. So what I would say to that is, yes, there was a hold harmless provision. At this point, based on the fast growth allotment, we're not qualifying for it, but we don't need to qualify for it. And then thirdly is if that fast growth allotment were to go away, we would likely be falling back to where we would need it. However, based on SPED enrollment growth, we likely wouldn't need it again. So long story short, yes, no, yes.
Okay, and that I actually followed that very well, Brian, so thank you very much for that. And what I took away from it is that it doesn't, that hold harmless doesn't expire till the 23-24 year anyway, and so that's not necessarily impacting next year's budget. And by then, some other mechanisms may kick in to take over that. So thank you for that. And then could you clarify, Mr. Rice started to bring this up, but I didn't quite catch it. Is there a difference between a golden penny and a copper penny and the revenue associated with them? And could you clarify that for us, please?
Yes, ma'am. There is a difference between golden and copper pennies, and this is one of those fun finance topics that if you want to come over for coffee someday, you and I can have years-long conversations on this and still not finish it. But the short and sweet of it is a golden penny, as it sounds like, is worth more than a copper penny. And so our golden pennies are our Tier 1 funding system that's part of what's now roughly 99 cents on the tax rate, or 93 cents on the tax rate. And so that funds our basic operations. The copper pennies are for Tier 2 and our enrichment pennies, and that's for intervention type work that school districts choose to engage in or work over and above what's done through our golden pennies. So yes, there is a difference between the two. Golden pennies are worth more in our Tier 1 funding. Copper pennies worth slightly less. And off the top of my head, they are pegged to the copper pennies are pegged to the golden pennies, and I can't remember when the legislature changed that exactly what that percentage is, but we can provide you that information.
All right, well, maybe I'll take you up on that coffee offer then and get a tutorial and have a tutorial.
Again, we may have to do weekly meetings for the duration of our
I know,
lifetimes.
Jim's been doing it for 12 years or something like that, and he's still learning, so I might be able to catch him. But then again, maybe not. Then the last thing I was going to say is you brought up the concept between the disaster pennies and the use of them versus the VATRE, a new acronym for me to get used to. And so I guess I'm not sure how you're going about thinking this out, but what occurred to me when I was thinking about using disaster pennies, I started to categorize some of the things, the strategic priorities that Ms. Saavedra had mentioned, and I listed things like the summer bridge program being free for students, the contact tracing, potentially the virtual learning school, PPE and kind of related things. And those seem to me to fit into the disaster penny category. And then, some of these other strategic priorities we can talk about because it seems many of them are, well, they're not disaster related, but they're also very, some of them seem to be filling needs that we've previously discussed or kind of basic to our basic operations. So we can come back and I'll talk about that in round 2.
And I will add, as Ms. Saavedra pointed out during the presentation, you're very much spot on, because part of what we were attempting to do with the priorities that we outlined was a continuation of the work that started last year. So teacher planning time and PLC started at the elementary level in the current school year. This is expanding that upward into secondary level, which was on our radar for planning. It just so happens it also benefits us for addressing COVID-19 and the potential COVID slide.
All right, thank you. Ms. Angie?
Thank you, Ms. Helliger. Since we're on the finance theme, I'll ask those questions first. You know what, before I ask my questions about funding, I really want to recognize the three speakers, the young women that came and spoke for Women's History Month. I think they really emulated what we're hoping to see in our students as effective communicators. And I also want to recognize the two students that were brave enough, because if you've never stood out there and addressed the board, it is no easy task. So the young woman, Haley Dave from Dulles, and the young woman, I believe she's from Travis, her name was Emma Johnson. Kudos to them, because that's what we're looking for with our kids. I really enjoyed hearing them. So my questions surrounding actually the strategic investments and ESSER 2. I know, Mr. Gwen, you mentioned that we really don't have guidance on that, but when I look at this and I see that, you know, contact tracing is 6.8 million, but we're only investing 2.3 million in student interventions, and we know that we've got, you know, kids that are very, very far behind. Are we predicting that ESSER will cover the contact tracing if we're going to have to, I mean, and are we assuming that the contact tracing is going to be as big as an influence as it has been this year, requiring the same kind of manpower?
Well, I'm gonna open up with starting to respond to the second half of your question, and then I'll hand it over to Gwen Touche to add any additional details. But as I indicated in the presentation, right now we're still monitoring the level of contact tracing support that we're gonna need to fund. We don't anticipate that it would be the full amount of $6 million. We believe that we can bring that number down significantly. And as Brian indicated, you know, we're going to continue to refine the budget, and that's one area where we're looking specifically to refine. Ms. Touche, did you want to look at some of the potential things that we're looking at with that refinement?
No, I just want to reiterate that, Brian, keep me honest, but I believe there would be a total cost of $11 million for contact tracing this year through all of our efforts that we had in place. So we had the team go back and work up 3 scenarios for us if we were to continue next year with the same kind of work effort and support that we are providing at the campus and department level. If we scaled back and did some kind of an in-between, and then if we scaled back all the way and didn't provide as high of support that we have right now. So we're still needing to get more information in, and each and every week we learn something new from CDC. As more people get vaccinated, they're changing their requirements. So we came in with the board and we're planning for that mid-range support. But of course, we may pull back even more so and be able to free up that funding. So I just wanted to reiterate that point.
Thank you. And can I just follow up on the question about the student interventions? Because I believe that 15 intervention staff was like 1.2. I'm not sure exactly, but it was about half, and then the other half was more of the summer intervention. So as we're playing with that, do we anticipate that to grow, that number to grow, or that we may need more intervention staff than just the 15?
Well, right now that we've projected with that, but again, as I indicated, we're looking at our REN 360 data. We've started with our MOY data. We'll continue to look at our student achievement data along with our end of year data, and so we could we may anticipate adding additional itinerant staff if we see that our tier 3 numbers are significant across a number of campuses. and that their current staffing could not sustain. But I would also indicate that we've got title funding that may be also, so title funding is not necessarily baked into these numbers. So there are other funding supports that we can invest in our intervention to purchase instructional materials that are not necessarily just wrapped up in staffing allocations.
And so these specialists or these staff would be in addition to the regular tutorial staff that we bring in anyway on a normal year?
Well, actually, these staff are not, I wouldn't consider them tutorial, if you will. We've got embedded interventions within the school day. And so these itinerant staff would support the in-school day intervention through leveled literacy for our literacy interventionists, our lit teachers, and then math specialists. It's, I can't remember, the Math Worlds, I believe it is. And so they would receive training. And so they're not necessarily tutors, but they're providing specific Tier 3 intervention to students. And we anticipate that our Tier 3 intervention numbers may increase, which is why we want the flexibility to deploy them where those increases might be.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Williams?
Okay, my question is...
Ms. Williams, could you please go to the mic?
My question is relating to ESSA. I didn't see any funding within the budget based on the money provided by ESSA, the Title I funding, and also the Perkins Act funding. If we're saying that our CTE program is funded by the Perkins Act money, which we're going to talk about this week, I didn't see any of those numbers in there. So is there any reason why I can't look at this information when we speak of having a 45% low socioeconomic student population? Their money is not there, and I need to see them. I shouldn't have, I'm just over digging. If you're gonna get money from, on behalf of them, I need to see it.
So, yes, ma'am, you are correct. So the numbers that we're focusing on this evening are specifically around the general fund. So that does not include any ESSA or Perkins funding that would be incorporated as part of the budget. And as it relates to the adoption of the budget, there are 3 funds specifically that the board adopts. That is the general fund, debt service fund, and the child nutrition fund. So those are not included in there, but we can provide you all information about how those funds are being specifically utilized on interventions like Ms. Saavedra indicated.
Exactly, because what it appears when I'm looking at this information, we're talking about different specialists that's gonna come in and assist. Then I look at your ESSA budget on a campus level, and you're also using that money. I see the same number, the same line item on both budgets. So that's why I was concerned. And then as it referred to the free and reduced lunch, we look at the USDA, that federal funding. That money is also provided to the district on the back of poor kids. And then I see where we got money from the county. So I just need to see more information as it relates to the money that our low socioeconomic kids are bringing into this district. But yet I'm not seeing, I don't get to see it on paper.
Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes, thank you. So I also wanted to address the expenditure of contact tracing. Charles, I wanted to say that I think with everything that went on this year, I honestly think you and your staff did a great job keeping things as open as possible and limiting the shutdowns, the few shutdowns that we had here and there, the spotted shutdowns, if you will, at some of our campuses. But I think overall, some of the feedback that I've gotten on contact tracing is that it was inefficient and extremely inconsistent. And in addition, 21-22 to want to spend $6.8 million is, I think, just flat out wrong. By that time, any teacher who desires to get the vaccine will have had a chance to do that. I think families who have elderly or chance and probably received that vaccine. And I just think that I don't think we need to spend that money, especially when we're looking at $35 million deficits, 35 or whatever $million deficits we're looking at. So I would strongly oppose spending that kind of money. And I know you're still looking at it, but that to me is just wrong. The other thing, I do like the idea of continuing with some type of virtual program, a virtual school. Ms. James always brings up, what are we going to do differently? And I think, again, I'm not talking about running dual systems, okay? I think I'm talking about the same thing that you're talking about, is having a virtual school option. And I think that's a great idea because, quite honestly, we know there are kids who flourish learning online. It's not for everybody. It's not for most of our kids. But there is a percentage of students who can use that, and I think should use that. And so I'm glad that we are keeping that option and including some funding for that. Again, not running dual systems at each campus, but having some online ability, for those students who would benefit and who may need that. So that's all I'm going to bring up for now. I have some more, but it'll be finished up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I also had a similar comment. I think this board has talked in the past of offering a virtual learning environment for some of our kids. The pandemic pushed us way into probably a different virtual model than we initially had envisioned. And so now that we are planning for our 2021 to 2022 school year, we get a chance to kind of revisit and really start putting the foundation to what we really think is a virtual learning program, which is allowing certain kids to basically a school within a school for our district. So definitely agree with your comments, Mr. Rosenthal. I do have a question about the A and B block time because I feel like I'm a little deja vu. My son was graduating 6 years ago, and then I have another one graduating now. We had back then he had a and B block time, and the district really had a very in-depth conversation on why we do not do A and B block time. So, and now we are I know that the principals, I think you said the principals have come together and shared that they think this A and B block time is best. Can you kind of share with us why the change?
Well, I'll make some opening statements, and then I'll hand it to the chief of schools and some of the Department of School Leadership members who can talk specifically about their conversations with principals. But as we think about the structure of our school year next year, we've got...
Deanna, would you mind if I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to answer her first question first. So I'll speak to why we stopped doing block scheduling at Hightower several years ago. It was at the time, it was the only high school in the district doing block scheduling, and it was not being done well. That's not to be critical of the teachers or the campus in any way, but there had not been good oversight of what effective and what real block scheduling looks like I think it started that way because the school opened as a unique CTE model school. But I think over the years, they drifted, and they were not, when I arrived as superintendent, they were not doing block scheduling effectively. And we realized because of the investment, it was a significant investment that we needed to really evaluate, so we wanted to pull back. And so we discontinued it to reset, knowing we ultimately would want to bring it back into our most at-risk schools, Hightower, Willow Ridge, and Marshall, which has been a part of the conversation for a couple of years anyway. But truth is, we did it when we discontinued it when we did because it was not being done with fidelity in a way that was having the greatest impact and return on investment for the kids in the school. So I want to address that, and then Deanna, you can continue on.
Thank you, Dr. Dupree. And one of the things that we emphasized throughout the presentation is that our students need more time and more support in order for us to adequately address the learning loss. And as we think about a block schedule, It allows us additional opportunities for our students to receive intervention without sacrificing credit-bearing courses for the most part. And so that was a primary reason. In addition to that, it does account for or allow for additional PLC opportunities for our core content teachers to plan and deliver lessons. And with that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Limley to provide some additional information about the advantages of the block.
Yes, so Ms. Helliger, going back to the comments that have already been made, really the focus has been with what kind of enrichment and intervention opportunities can we provide students. That's really at the forefront of the conversations. Now, going back to what Dr. Dupree mentioned earlier, there is a history with a block here in the district, and Dr. Dupree is absolutely correct. There may have been issues with oversight, but that would be our responsibility at this point in time. And when I say our, I'm talking about this administration and, of course, specifically the Department of School Leadership to ensure that we have the oversight, the appropriate oversight. There's some feedback. Okay, I'll just keep on speaking. So just to make sure that there is oversight over the master schedule and what students are doing and, of course, what opportunities we're providing our students.
Okay, so we're going to have, if we move forward with this, we're going to have different, I guess, measures in place to ensure that we have the right oversight. Is that what you're saying? So
yes.
It's a different structure, a different oversight to ensure that it's done with fidelity.
Yes, absolutely. You know, and you know, Dr. Dupree made the comment. We have been having these conversations. Now, these conversations were geared towards 3 of our high schools for the past 2 years, and we were focused on implementing a modified schedule, which is in this case AB block at 3 of our high schools on the east side. Now, obviously, because of COVID, there's been an impact, and this is a focus that we have and that we feel is best for all our high schools to go through. Now, with the conversations we've had with campus principals are fully supporting the AB block, obviously, once again, for the intervention, for the PLC opportunities that our core teachers and our world language teachers are going to have, and of course, you know, just the enrichment opportunities for our students.
Okay, thank you for that update. All right.
Madam President.
Who is? Okay. Shirley?
And good evening. I just want to tag along with the block scheduling. So exactly where are we with planning on April 1, 2021 in order to start this in the fall?
So, good evening, everyone. So as far as where we are right now on the planning for the block scheduling, we have been talking with principals since back in the fall about what type of schedule might work best for us as we move forward. They are currently living the AB block schedule, and they have seen the pitfalls that have befallen them during this time, during COVID, when the kids have been coming back to school, and they've been planning for that as well. The key piece that they've really emphasized is that they want, and the teachers want, more training and more preparation on how to teach during that 90-minute block. We want to make sure that every bit of that 90 minutes is being used to help students improve. And so that's the main hurdle that principals have seen. The scheduling part, the making the classes and getting the kids in classes and making sure they all have what they need in order to graduate, that's an easy piece. They know how to do that part. It's the training and making sure that it's effective. That's the key part that we're working on right now.
Okay, exactly. So in order to do this, teachers, PD is huge. So how soon are we starting the professional development for teachers so they can be prepared to teach a block class? How soon are we doing that?
Right. What I would say is that we have a professional learning plan that's currently under development. We'll roll out professional learning associated with this this summer, but we will have ongoing job-embedded professional learning throughout the year. So we're not a school district that does one-and-done professional learning. There is multiple opportunities. We may begin to build the foundation. We'll focus on some specific core attributes, as I mentioned, really targeted towards pacing and transitions, because I think that those are the things that the teachers have the most difficulty with in terms of structuring their 90 minutes. And so those will be the targeted professional learning supports that we'll provide for teachers. And, you know, in working through the feedback with teachers and talking to them, they did voice that professional learning would be key. And when we shared with them the structure of the model in terms of introducing content in the summer with ongoing job-embedded supports, they felt like that particular model would support their learning needs. I'm going to hand it to Stephanie Williams to provide any additional specificity associated with the professional learning plan that's under development at this time.
Thank you, Deanna. The professional learning that Deanna is speaking to does launch in the summer. Teachers in the summer will do just what Deanna said. They will learn how to implement the instructional model within an extended time period, which we know to be 90 minutes right now in the block. From there, the school calendar that was adopted has ongoing support for learning around that implementation as it relates to developing student ownership, and also time for teachers to practice lesson development within PLCs at each professional learning day on the calendar, and I believe there are 8 of those. So it is an ongoing and job-embedded model, and we have been working with teachers to design both how we utilize that time and the content that would be within that.
Okay, so my next question, before I continue, I support block scheduling. However, we can't rush it. So have we looked at what happened at Hightower, and do we have an assessment of whatever happened at Hightower if we're saying that it didn't work or it lacked something, that we know what to do going in with 10 high schools? And that's quite a bit to take on during a pandemic, during a summer, and going in. So before I release it again, so I was on page 34 where we were talking about block scheduling, and we talk about focus groups, and we talk about 3,000 employees, and with principals and with instructional specialists, and the amount of training and assess the amount of training as well as monitoring teachers to make sure this is happening in classes. Because I think of that algebra class at Marshall or at Willow Ridge or at Hightower or at Elkins, that because the algebra class in the 9th grade, if something goes wrong during that class, during a block schedule. Okay, so Dr. Lemley, I see that you kind of understand it. Can you share a little bit on what the plan is?
Well, what I would submit is that we have lived that, what you're describing right now, as teachers have had to adapt to learning with completely online at the very first, in T1. They had to all go through Schoology and learning how to build a course for that. And it was, you know, it was a certain amount of time. And then we switched over to T2, and then we had a transition from T1 to T2, and then teachers who started teaching face-to-face had to again transition and learn through that and try to bridge that gap into a 90-minute class from an online 60-minute class. And then we go to 2-3 where we're adding more kids to the mix. I would submit that during that time, our PLCs have gotten stronger, and we have had teachers seeking each other out for help and support to better their craft as they've transitioned into those different terms and more kids have come back to school. In addition, our principals have been more involved in watching classes and teaching classes. We see them, I mean, the terrible part is that the COVID happened to us and we had to go all online. The good part about that is all classes have become incredibly accessible to our principals. A principal can pop into any number of classes during a day, whereas in the old days, you know, you were limited because of physicality. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. So all of those factors, I think, are building into our infrastructure, our intellectual infrastructure, on how we're bettering our craft and how we're helping teachers get better at what they do. Now, lay on top of that the purposeful and intentional professional development that we're implementing over the summer and continuing to spiral throughout the school year. And I believe that our teachers are going to be a lot more prepared when we get there.
Well, what I did, I looked it up and just trying to see where we needed to start. So schools that adopt a block schedule are more successful when they address several key implementation issues: the decision-making process, the actual construction of the schedule, the commitment to sustained staff development, and the creation of a responsive monitoring and evaluation process. And I will be happy to share, I think, Deanna, you may, I'm sorry, Ms. VATRE, say VATRE. I believe you,
call me
because
Deanna.
you said some of that stuff while you were talking. We probably read the same thing. So it's just making sure that we have covered all of the key attributes to making this right the first time. And knowing and having a time frame, and Ms. Williams, I hear what you're saying, and that hopefully we can get that mid-April, way before, or is it ready now? As far as the plan that you just referred to.
The plan is still under development related to the content, the structure that you're referencing, Ms. Rose, or Ms. Gilliam, I apologize. That's going back a few years. That you're referencing related to ongoing job embedded with feedback. That's the piece that is ready at this time. The content is under development.
And when do we think that we might have that?
We will launch an overview of the content with teachers in April 19th on the PD Day, so that they're able to see what their choices are for learning in the summer and what would be required for all teachers.
Okay, thank you. And my last comment is to make sure that I'm hoping that we are, and I really don't like to say hope, in preparation that teachers truly understand what a block schedule is if we're moving to this. I think it's pretty quick over a summer, and I think it's pretty quick. But if y'all have a plan, that's what I'm hearing, there's a plan, right? Thumbs up?
Yes, ma'am, there is a plan.
All right.
Dr. Gilliam, if I can just add, if there was ever a time in which Fort Bend ISD was prepared and ready to move forward, it would be now. I'm going to tell you, I wasn't here when block scheduling was at Hightower. But what I can tell you in the 5 years that I've been here, I've seen the district transition in a manner that other districts have not and cannot. We have departments that are ready to deploy services and personnel. We have improved the departments that were existing at that time. We've improved, we're stronger, we're smarter. We unfortunately went through COVID, but we are prepared to move forward. Are we gonna stumble? Absolutely we are. We're not gonna be perfect, but I can tell you if there was ever a time, it'd be now for us to move forward with this.
I appreciate that, thanks.
All right, I'm going to start with this side this time. So, Ms. Angie Hannon.
Thank you, Ms. Helliger. And I'm going to just follow Dr. Gilliam a little bit. But before I do that, the first I have heard tonight, and I just want to praise that I know we had to put going to one-way dual language on hold. It was intended to be rolled out this year. But I think research-based instruction is the way to go, and clearly dual language, one-way dual language in the research far better than the early exit program that we have going on now. And what I heard tonight was that in 2005, we are going to start a two-way cohort. So I look forward to hearing much more about that as far as, perhaps there's going to be a stakeholder committee put together, because in a similar way that there was some block scheduling going on at Hightower several years ago, we've also had two-way dual language. and I would really like that to be successful. I also look forward, I'm assuming it's Spanish right now, but I know in our language diverse community that I'm hoping that we're looking broader than Spanish. So I'm going to go back and follow some things that Dr. Gilliam said. I will say that when I heard Dr. Dupree, I think it was in February, say that we were moving to block schedule, I immediately started reading. And I want the staff to know that I am up here and I respect and I value your expertise. But I am up here as a steward for our community and our kids, and I feel obligated to ask the kinds of questions that I ask. So I began immediately reading. I've read quite a few dissertations, which I'm sure you have too. I've read lots of peer-reviewed research because I want to be a cheerleader for programs. But I do want to say I agree with Dr. Gilliam that this seems very maybe urgent because you feel like we already have that in place. And I want to express concerns, and then I'm going to ask some questions. So we have Dr. Dupree. He's steering the ship right now, but as soon as we roll this out, he may no longer be here and our new superintendent may be hired. So when you talk about oversight being the problem with the Hightower rollout, and that's why that was stopped. The man steering the ship is leaving, so that's one of my problems. Rolling out a program that right now only 30% of secondary schools in the United States have, and we are affecting thousands and thousands of children. And when I look at the stakeholder input, I see 3,000 staff, I see no teachers, and I see no parents on that. And I'm a big advocate for stakeholder input. And my daughter called me over to her thought exchange, so I know some kids had written about it in thought exchange, and my daughter did as well. But we're coming off the heels of first of all, parents not knowing last year what school was going to look like until about 2 weeks before school started. And there's a theorist in reading, and he talks about readers learn to read, and the more predictable a text, the better they'll do. And when they can't predict the text, whether that's the content or the difficulty of the word, they become bewildered. And I think that's so important because I think that's how we roll in life. And we have come off of months and months and months of feeling bewildered. Our secondary students still feel bewildered. And I just wonder that our teachers feel bewildered still. I just wonder that pushing such an important staff development onto them after the learning curve that they have had to tackle over last summer is a lot. And one of my, if you will just, I'm almost done, but the part of the research that I read, it clearly points to improved behavior. It points to improved GPA, which makes sense because you're adding a class and lots of kids are taking elective classes, so that's going to improve in that way. But like I heard one of our speakers tonight, not all of our kids are going to take elective classes. They're going to add another AP class. And I heard at the health fair, us talking about suicidal ideology increasing. So we are adding a whole lot of stress to a large population of our students by adding that 8th period. And I would love to hear the clarification, because I did hear Dr. Rodriguez talking about enrichment, but I don't know what that is. So I'm going back to Dr. Gilliam. Part of creating either a new program or changing a huge model of instruction, to me, requires analysis, which includes research, needs assessment, and it needs to be written. And I hear Ms. Williams saying, And I hear you guys saying, well, we've been talking about it for 2 years with the 3 that we were going to pilot, but none of that has been put into a plan and won't be expected until April. That just makes me nervous on behalf of our students, on behalf of our staff. And so there were no questions in there, were there? And there were supposed to be questions. It was a lecture, wasn't it? And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I promised myself, and I even, like did a little self-talk. Don't preach and don't lecture. So I'm sorry that it turned into that. But I'm going to finish by saying that one of the meta-analysis that I read looked at 58 different empirical studies. And she cited quite a bit, and it's by Sally Zepeda. And she said, if block scheduling is to be real reform, it should produce convincing empirical evidence of behavioral change in teachers and students who work in the context of a block schedule. The research that she looked at failed to provide the evidence necessary to declare unequivocally that teacher practices and student learning had changed, and therefore that block scheduling was real reform. If the only real changes are the beginning and end times of class periods, then perhaps all that has been achieved is phantom restructuring. And I don't want phantom restructuring. And so I apologize, Madam President, for taking so long, and that my questions didn't come out of my head, instead lecture did, but thank you for listening.
Ms. Hannon, I'd like to just do a very brief response to what you said, and mainly because I want you to fully appreciate that I'm being somewhat quiet tonight because I'm not pushing this. And this is truly coming from the high school principals through Dr. Limley, through Cecilia Creer, through Jenny Nichols, through Joe, through Deanna, through Stephanie, because they believe it is the solution they need to close learning gaps and address learning loss. I don't see this as a school reform measure. It's not something we would ever choose to do this way if we did not feel there was an urgency around learning loss and interventions for students. I agree with Dr. Gilliam's concerns. I agree with what you're saying. We would never want to implement something this rapidly. But I think under the circumstances, every principal and every teacher knows the condition of the kids that are going to be back in those schools face-to-face, Lord willing, in August, and they feel a great sense of urgency, and they see the time. That's really what they're trying to find, is the time in the day that the AB block buys them. That's really what this is about. And so that's, I know because you made some very good points that I can wholeheartedly agree with the concerns you've expressed and that Dr. Gilliam expressed. But at the same time, we've got to figure out a traditional 7-period day does not allow the time that our children are going to need, and that the teachers are going to need with them. That is the primary area of concern we're trying to address.
Thank you. And I guess I just really, there are so many unanswered questions that I know this is an introduction, but you're introducing it with one term left to go. And for kids that don't need interventions, what is that enrichment, and is it the Texas Performance Standard Project? Is it one more thing added onto another very stressful plate for our highly capable learners who maybe have had the luck of having additional support? And I recognize that we need to find a way to help those students that need intervention, but there are just a whole lot of unanswered questions, and I look forward to seeing more, I guess, on paper that would help me be able to support it. Thank you.
Ms. Hannon, if I can add as well, you had made a comment regarding the conversations that have not occurred. We have engaged teachers. Have we engaged every high school teacher? We have not, but we have engaged pockets of teachers. We've had teacher forums. We've spoken to our teachers of the year. We have spoken to high school teachers, a select group of high school teachers. In addition, just the conversations just regarding PD. We have had PD throughout the year, considering the situation we've been in. PD has revolved around how do you teach during a time such as a block. obviously blended learning as well. So we have had conversations, we've had the training, not to the level of detail that Stephanie Williams is preparing, but there have been ongoing conversations regarding PD for this type of schedule. And of course, we have had conversations with certain teacher groups. Okay.
All right, thank you. So just to summarize that for me is that the accountability has to be there for both. For one, for the kids that need the interventions and need the support, and then accountability to the students who are, it's their time, and making sure that they're utilizing their time in the most efficient manner and actually gaining something from the time if they're not getting the extra supports or need the extra support. So for me, it's making sure that we have the right accountability measures when we roll this out, or when you come back to us. If you could share that with us, I think that's going to be helpful in us, having buy-in from the board. Okay. All right.
And Ms. Haliger, if I could just say, and also, block scheduling will do exactly what has been shared as far as assisting and helping and getting and allowing the students that need the extra help, but at the same time providing enrichment for those who want more or who need more or who we want to have more. Where we are, we have to be accountable. And I'm going to say one thing, and okay, I'm asking the Lord if I could say it. Okay. So I'm going to say one more thing. And that is that when we talk about it going into next year, that we don't say we hope this is happening or we pray that's happening, that we need to know it's happening. We need to know what's going on in the classroom. If we have a block schedule and we have a teacher that is in need, we have someone there to assist and to help the teacher. As far as even, because what will happen in one class somewhere, someone will be teaching a class that would normally be taught in 45 minutes for 90 minutes. And so we just want to make sure, if we could have, Ms. Williams, if we can make sure that we have some type of protocol set so that we can make sure and know exactly what is going on a weekly basis when it first starts. So basically, I think everyone knows that what we invest our time in when we're intentional. And what is it? We inspect what we expect. And if that doesn't have to be the motto, but we've got to be there in those classes to make sure those things are happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shirley. Ms. Williams?
Okay, I'm going to be quick. The question, I needed clarity on the dual language. Spanish is going to be the only course that's going to be taught at the Dual Language Academy?
Well, our specific launch at this point, when we look at our dual language, our initial launch of dual language, we're going to launch our dual language with English, Spanish. Those are the two languages that would be involved in that. As we continue to get proficient with the actual dual language programming piece, then we can consider other languages beyond Spanish.
Okay, now how many campuses are going to be associated with the dual language program?
So right now, our bilingual campuses will be launching dual language for pre-K and kinder, and we'll be building those cohorts so that we can eventually phase out the early exit bilingual program that we currently have in place.
And that's my concern, because I understand that as an American citizen, as an African-American citizen, I understand that many African-American young adults, when they go and apply for jobs, they're automatically eliminated because they can't speak Spanish. So my reason is, if we're gonna put that kind of energy into our LEP students, I need for you guys to be intentional and put that same amount of energy into our low socioeconomic African-American students. So when they go into apply for a job, they're not discriminated against because they cannot speak a language in their own country. So I just need us to be intentional. We need to start bringing that particular demographics to the table. Thank you.
I did want to also reiterate that as we look at launching with One Way in the next school year, 21-22, As Ms. Hannon indicated and I shared in the presentation, we will begin to implement two-way, which would allow our Spanish language learners and the student that you described, the profile of the student you described. So in 24-25, we'll launch our pre-K and kinder in terms of a two-way dual language. So we would have English language learners, meaning that their native language is Spanish, transfer to English, but then Spanish language learners, predominantly English-speaking students, African-American students, or any students whose predominant language is English, in a two-way model, so that they can become biliterate in both languages.
Right, and it should be emphasis on low socioeconomics as well, because we already know that high-income African-Americans are going to take extra Spanish classes. They have the resources. But we have to go and reach our low socioeconomic African-American, white, et cetera, students, not just the Hispanic, the Hispanics or the immigrant. We need our American students to be put on a level playing field as well.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the feedback.
Thank you.
Ms. James?
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to pick up on, well, thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Williams, about the dual language program, because I will say we did write a policy about that to eliminate the early exit program and to put in policy the dual language program so more students could have access to it. And so we'll watch for that to evolve over time. I also want to piggyback on what Ms. Hannon and Dr. Gilliam were saying about the block scheduling. I feel a little bit skeptical about it, and part of it is I recognize the need for intervention, and I recognize the opportunity it might provide. But I also will say I've been sitting on this dais for a while. Well, not this exact one. This is my first time on this exact one. But I've been doing this role for a while. And we've learned that when we pilot something, we're much more effective in implementation. And when we're talking about block scheduling throughout the entire secondary or through the entire secondary system, I think that's quite a large undertaking. And I don't necessarily know the research and understand it, but I'd like to know more about the why. I don't necessarily know the full what happened at Hightower and why we stopped, but I'd like to know more about the why of that. And I'd like to know about the plans, because I feel like this is the 11th hour to a certain degree. And I'll pick up on something else that Dr. Gilliam said, and that has to do with monitoring. We always need to be monitoring what we're doing to make sure it's working. And we're struggling. This year we've struggled tremendously with monitoring because the monitoring techniques we thought were going to work haven't necessarily worked as we expected. And so I'm just processing through this, but I'm not going to be a good salesperson for it unless I have a little bit more information. I also I heard Ms. Williams talk about the professional development plan and standing up a new professional development plan for the summer. You know, we had a professional development plan for last summer, and we got pretty much the way through it, but then we couldn't finish it because we had to pivot to our COVID response and our new you know, basically dual learning model situation. But I don't know what happened to that professional development plan, and it was one that everybody sat here and told us it was so important, and we needed these skills, and we needed our teachers to have these skills, and and it was an embedded plan. It was all the things that she was saying just now, but it was a different topic. And so now I'm a little lost in that. Okay, it's not a sort of question. I see you nodding and whatever, but I'm just pointing out that I'm trying to orient myself, and I'm a little bit lost still because of that. I know we have need for intervention, and I know that that's a pressing need. It's a high need, and because of the students That has to be, to me, it has to be our number one thing. But I also struggle with telling the teachers that they have to learn a whole new system the second year in a row at the secondary level, and I can't get my mind around it. I just can't. So that's kind of where I am on that. I would like to, does anyone want to comment, or because I have a question about the Early Learning Center next?
I would comment in terms of our decision to pull back on professional development for this current school year. It was really in response to, I mean, we were inundated with COVID response measures, and so we looked at what ways we could provide relief for teachers because they were spinning their wheels and, you know, working day and night. And so professional learning was one of those things that would have required a lot of time-intensive work on behalf of the teachers on top of the stressors that they were dealing with. And so that was the decision to pull back. The structure, as you said, was the same. The topics were somewhat different. And so, again, as we look forward for this coming school year, the structure will remain the same in terms of the job embedded. We'll adjust the topics to address the pacing and the transitions that will be required as we continue to build student ownership of learning, the formative assessment pieces, and the foundation of our instructional program.
Okay, well, thank you for that comment. And I think what it's going to, there's two things it's going to come down to in my mind. One is going to be the realisticness of standing up the program and what it's going to be involved. And then the second thing I'll say is, since this is not just a one-year activity, this is something we're going to implement and go on for the next however many years, then I would really like to see how this is going to align with our strategic goals and with our objectives and what this is going to bring to us with regard to closing achievement gaps, with regard to getting us towards project-based learning, with regard to some of those other things that we've talked about. And I'm sure there's alignment, and I suspect there's vision for it, but I think we just need to have all the working pieces in place, and that's what I would ask for. My question about the Early Learning Center at, I almost said Glover.
Hunter's Glen.
I know, I always had Glover on my mind because of their award. At Hunter's Glen, how many students do we expect to be in that program this first year, and what would the expansion look like over time?
Carmela Levy-Davis is leading that effort, and so I would ask her to respond to that question.
Good evening. We're expecting approximately 127 pre-kindergarten students. 90 of those students will be general education students, and the remainder we're expecting to be bilingual students.
Did you say 127?
About 127, yes ma'am, approximately.
Pre-K students.
Pre-K.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 127, and then for the kinder and first, we also have intervention going on at those, or enrichment or whatever we're calling it, at those grade levels as well the first year?
Yes, the kinder and first grade students from Hunter's Glen, we would staff those classrooms the same as we staffed the early literacy, or 2 to 24, with 2 certified teachers to every 24 students.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, I'll say one more comment on this block scheduling. So it fits in the category of teacher planning and PLC time. And I recognize that this isn't a budget question anymore, because you guys are saying that you've already got the budget in place to do this. So I'm not sure, Dr. Dupree, what is the timeline or the expectation that this would come back to us, that we talk about this again? Or is it, or do you not expect it to come back to us?
I'm sorry, are you talking about the block scheduling, or which you?
Yeah, I'm talking about the block scheduling. And everything in that category, they said they don't need a budget conversation about it anymore because they already have the funding for it.
No, this will continuing, we'll be back in April. We're going to talk about planning and budget each step of the way. So you will be, we're taking a lot of good notes and getting the board's feedback tonight, so that we can go forward and have further conversations about, are we going to proceed? Are we going to step back? I want to listen, we're going to listen very carefully to the board's guidance, because we do want to reach consensus around it. I mean, we've invested a lot of energy and time around it, so I'm not going to say we're going to quickly walk away from it. But we want to hear the questions and concerns to make sure that we're reading the whole thing. And it will be discussed again in April.
Okay, that's great. And I will just also say that I want to say that the elementary portion of it was previously discussed. That was planned last year and was previously planned all the way through. So I feel very comfortable going forward with that, because I do believe you have the plans and the appropriate planning in place for that part of it. So I'm just concerned about the other pieces. And then, Mr. Gwynn, I know you're working on the budget, but you are planning to bring us a 3 or 5 year projection, right, when it's all said and done?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, that's great. I just wanted to be sure. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rosenthal, do you have any further questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Ms. Hannah?
This is actually a question. Do you have a target date when parents will know, when you will actually announce, for instance, who will be eligible for the exception-based virtual learning model, and also kind of a projection of when you will have a final decision on what scheduling will look like?
Well, I'm going to let Joe start off with the virtual learning, because I know that his work stream is really building out what that looks like.
So regarding the virtual school, there's legislation that's pending the final decision, but the planning has taken place, and that's what we're doing currently. We have met with members of the Texas Virtual School Network. We began there. Those conversations did not give us the responses that we felt would benefit the students of Fort Bend ISD. So we directed our conversations towards TEA. We actually have had a conversation with TEA. They've provided additional guidance, great guidance. And within the guidance that they've given us is there are some school districts in Texas that are saying, we are having a virtual school. They're free to say that, but they cannot determine or decide if they're going to have a school or not. Legislation is going to decide that. So the guidance that we have received is to plan as if you are going to open one, but there's always the possibility that legislation is not going to allow us to open one. So at this moment in time, we are still in those planning stages. We actually began the work about 2 months ago, Ms. Hannon. So we started having the conversations. We started developing criteria. It's still in draft form, but we are still working towards the possibility of opening a virtual school. Now, embedded in the planning is the need to survey parents and ask if we were to have a virtual school, would you want to enroll your child? Now, TA has also told us that a survey today is going to have different responses than a survey in July. Going back to some of the comments that were made earlier, there's a lot going on, not just in our country, but just globally. People are getting vaccinated. It almost seems like daily we're receiving updates from CDC. So as we are preparing for next year, we are working as a committee to identify what it would look like or what we would hope it would look like next year, pending legislation being approved.
Okay, and can you just clarify in our slide, in the slideshow, it said exception based? Is that I was assuming that was that the child meets some sort of criteria, an exception. But is the plan that you would open to an Olympic sanctioned athlete who just wants a virtual instruction, or is this for medical? Is that just part of what's being planned? I mean, are we opening a virtual school? Or is the criteria that you're working on just for specific students that meet specific criteria?
Yes, so it would be for specific students that meet specific criteria. Our priority obviously is going to be anyone that has a medical condition that could be severely impacted if exposed to COVID. But in addition, what we've learned this year is that there is a prototype. There is a type of student, there's a special, unique student that can really perform at high levels in the online environment. We also know that there are just some students that just cannot. And it would be educational malpractice if we just opened it up knowing that some of these students struggle and we just allow them to participate. So those are some of the conditions that we're still working with at this moment in time. But obviously, it would not be open just to any and all.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Han, I would tie this back to some of the previous comments that you all have shared this evening. This is something we don't have to go all in on. This is something we can have a very tight admissions process based on medical needs, or rather, very tight needs that we can start as small as possible, but then develop it, pilot it a year or so, and then develop it over time to more students that are just more elective based on their desire.
So I'm just going to add to that, because one of the previous conversations that this board has had around a virtual learning school was that we also, not only for those who have medical conditions, but we also have a group of people, a group of students who are actors, actresses, dancers, that do more than just, they can't just operate in a normal, traditional school environment. Will they be able to participate in this activity, in this virtual school?
Well, again, I think that what Dr. Rodriguez has shared is that they're still working through levels of criteria. So that may be something that the committee looks at in terms of being part of, for under consideration for acceptance.
I understand. I just want to is that part of the consideration? Really, that's the question.
Yes, absolutely. And, we have a lot of data for some of our current students. And of course, anybody that transfers in to Fort Bend ISD, we have data. We have performance data. So we will be able to see what did their attendance look like? What was their performance like? So there's a lot of information that we could take into consideration as we're making some of those decisions.
All right. Okay. Danetta, you have another question?
Yeah, I had a quick question. The teacher that appeared just stated that 127 students would be admitted to the ELC, but 30% of those students, 30 slots would be automatically reserved for bilingual students. Is that what I heard?
I believe that Hunters Glen is a bilingual campus. Did you want to clarify that for us, Carmela?
I'm here. Actually, we already have a bilingual program at Hunters Glen. It's been a bilingual campus for quite a few years now. And we base our estimates on the number of students from PASA projections that we know will be coming to our campus, not only from the community, but from the campuses that are currently in the Marshall feeder pattern. So the slots aren't necessarily reserved. Those are just calculations and approximations based on the projections for the students that we have living in our community right now. Okay, so this is where I'm confused. If you have 100 and some odd students who's going to attend that particular program, already you may have, 40% African American, 60% Hispanic. Then you're stating that 30% more of those open slots are going to be reserved for bilingual students. I'm just concerned about that gap. We consistently state we're concerned about the gap in reading and math and all these core subjects, but it just seems as if you guys are putting these programs together, we're steadily leaving the poor Black behind. I'm all for helping the Hispanic, the bilingual. I'm all for that. I would be your biggest cheerleader. However, I am not happy with what I'm hearing. How are we going to uplift our low socioeconomic African American student? It just seems like that particular student is not even being discussed. And if that student is being discussed, I'm sorry? I can speak to that a little bit because I understand exactly what you're saying and where you're coming from. the 90 students that we have that are general education students are both Hispanic and African American and white. So we have all of the demographics in our Gen Ed cohort of students. And our bilingual students are probably predominantly Hispanic, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee that they are. I'm Hispanic, but I don't necessarily look Hispanic. So we have all different types of diversity in our district, and our goal is to serve them. Hunters Glen, we have actually invested quite a bit of time and effort in designing a program that will do exactly what you desire, which is to uplift every single student on the campus and to make sure that we are meeting them at the door exactly where they are and that we're able to have them being readers by the time they get to kinder. And so that's the whole point of making sure that we have the Early Literacy Center at Hunters Glen to intervene sooner, and also eventually also to add a pre-K3 program so that we can intervene even sooner and ensure that we are starting all of our students on a level playing field in elementary.
Okay, and I hear you, but just like you stated, you are Hispanic, but you appear to be African American, as I would never have known if you hadn't mentioned it. Again, I just need you to hear me. I need the ones who are truly, a product of their environment to get the same assistance that we're giving our bilingual students. Our students suffer just as bad, and it seems like we're giving all that extra help to the Hispanic bilingual, the English-speaking, American, Black child. I'm not hearing any special programming for that student. And if they get it, we're fighting 5 and 6 years. I'm still fighting. Luckily, I'm on the board now, so you're going to hear a lot of this. I'm here for a reason.
Not to copy earlier with the exchange between Brian and Miss Grail James, but I would definitely love to have some coffee to tell you about my experience as a Black woman who is of Hispanic descent, so that you can understand that the advantages and the disadvantages are exactly the same. And I advocate for all students equally, and everyone in the district who knows me knows how passionate, especially Dr. Dupree, knows how passionate I am about uplifting students who are minorities and who may not have the same advantages as other students. So I can tell you that we have invested a great deal of time and effort making sure that we selected the right leadership, we are selecting the right teachers, we have the appropriate training and cultural responsiveness to ensure that we can transform Hunters Glen.
Got it. Thank you. Look forward to speaking with you.
All right. Ms. James?
I just want to make a quick comment on something we haven't brought up tonight, and that is I noticed in the materials a potential for a pilot on an esports program. And as a mom who had children who did gaming, and I thought it was bad, and stay away from the screen, and it was bad, I've had a little revolution come to me, and I've done a little research, and I've learned that it really isn't bad, that there's a lot of social opportunity for kids, young people. There's a lot of cognitive growth available in all the areas that we talk about that are important in the profile of a graduate. Perseverance and creativity, critical thinking, and all these types of things. So I'm very glad to see this as a potential pilot. I hope we do it. I think it'll be a fantastic opportunity for young people. So thank you for considering it, and hopefully you'll find some great leaders to carry the torch for it. So thank you.
All right, thank you. These were great, a lot of content that we went over tonight. So great questions. Thank you to the board members for your questions. And we look forward to getting your updates around the questions that were posed tonight. So I do have one change to the agenda that I would like to do. I would like, Mr. Rice, if you can help me out here, I would like someone to pull for me item 12. Oh, yeah.
So do we need to take action on item 12A3?
All right. Okay, yeah, you're right. So I would like to take action on items 12A2 and 3 at this time.
Madam President, I move to approve action item 12A2 as presented.
Second.
All right. Can I have Mr. Rosenthal, would you like to, since you are our board representative for this committee, would you like to share?
I would. Thank you. So 12A2, that is high school 12. Oh, no, that's elementary 53.
No, high school 12 first, please, sir.
Okay, it's 12A1. Okay. So, this past Thursday, the naming committee convened for high school 12, and it went extremely well. There were modifications done due to some folks remaining online, which we hadn't obviously done before in the past. I think the committee was well prepared, well represented, well representative of the district. I thought everyone did a very good job in screening and researching all the names, all the candidates for names. There were well over 200 names. What I remember, Dr. Just correct me, but there were.
Excuse me, Mr. Rosenthal. Do you mind? Can you move closer to the microphone? I'm barely hearing you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. So there were well over 250 names that each naming committee member went through and made a decision how to rank that candidate. And again, like I said, I think everyone did a wonderful professional job. I'm very proud of that. And there were some incredible candidates. There were some great names brought forth. It was a great conversation. And in the end, high school 12 will be named, if the board approves it, Miss Almeida Crawford High School. So let me read a brief biography of Miss Crawford and remind several of us that we actually met her several years back when she was working in boardroom. And so Miss Almeida Crawford is a loving wife, mother, grandmother, and a legendary educator in Fort Bend ISD. Mrs. Crawford was a dedicated educator for 49 years and served at Dulles High School more than 30 years. She was a servant leader who remained purposefully in the classroom, dedicated to providing our learners the best education possible. Most importantly, she was a lifelong learner who challenged herself and students to think critically and grow into effective communicators. She was a mentor and inspired many students to become educators, many which returned to Fort Bend ISD. She taught many to be advocates for literacy and the overall wellness of our students. In addition, Mrs. Crawford spent her career sharing best practices with her colleagues while supporting anyone in need. Her influence on our district is far-reaching. Mrs. Almeida Crawford retired a few years ago after her long and illustrious career. During her time at Dulles High School, she was named Teacher of the Year and brought learning to life for her English students for generations. She was a diamond level Abitos literacy learning trainer and a well-known, well-respected, and well-honored teacher among Texas educators. She lived and breathed educating young students, often claiming that they were what kept her young.
Ms. Williams, can you turn your microphone off, please? Is it off?
Oh.
Okay. All right, we were getting feedback, so okay. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. We have a A motion and we have a second. Is there any further discussion? So because our devices aren't working, I'm going to ask that everyone raise their hand for yay and so forth, okay? All in favor? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Congratulations to her family, to her and her family. All right, item 12A3.
Madam President, I move to approve action item 12A3 as presented.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Rosenthal to also share with us the discussion around the naming of the elementary school 53.
Of course. So Tuesday night, the naming committee for elementary 53 convened. Like the group on Thursday night, it went very well. Again, there were some modifications made because of online. So I'd also like to give a shout out to Joe Rodriguez and Dr. I and others who were there, who really helped put that together, because it was very different from the previous 11 naming committees that I had been on. So, same thing. We had some tremendous names. There were some very tough decisions, just like for the other one. And in the end, Sonal Butcher was nominated to have the honor of having elementary 53 named after her. So I will read a brief description, and perhaps anyone who knew her might want to speak as well. Sonal Butcher is best described as a trailblazer for Fort Bend County and a leader in the field of education. After her long association with the Fort Bend Education Foundation, Sonal was elected to the Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustees for 6 years and served as the board president for 2 years. She was a selfless volunteer and public servant who was always looking out for our students. Sonal was appointed to the one-star National Service Commission Board by Governor Greg Abbott in 2015. She served in many leadership roles, and up until her passing, was actively involved as a board member with the Child Advocates of Fort Bend and Parks, Art, Recreation, Culture, and Streetscapes. She was a board member for the Literacy Council of Fort Bend, Access Health, Sugarland Cultural Arts Foundation, Sugarland Heritage, the Indo-American Charity Foundation, and the Texas Medical Association Alliance, to name a few. During her tenure with the district, she spearheaded many efforts, including chairing the WATCH program, a healthy lifestyle education program for elementary school kids, developing the concept for the Fort Bend Education Foundation's annual International Festival to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion within the district, student leadership program, legislative advocacy program, and countless scholarship opportunities for students. Sonal Butcher was a physical therapist by profession and had her own practice. Her practice allowed her to serve many families and to ensure the best care was provided to all those that entered her building. Tonight, we honor Sonal S. Butcher.
Thank you so much for that description of our trustee. She's, once you're a trustee, you're always a trustee. And so I'm going to open the floor, because some of us on the dais had an opportunity to serve, and so I'll allow for that at this time.
All right, well, thank you, Madam President. Yes, I had the opportunity and the honor to serve with Sonal Butcher for 2 years on the school board, and the first year she was my mentor, and I came to know her very well. And she was a lady who worked very hard in our community to help build bridges of understanding between our very diverse community, just as Mr. Rosenthal said. And the international festival that the Fort Bend Education Foundation put on was held at the Sugarland Town Square, where thousands of people went. And one year it was over at Constellation Field, because it outgrew that town square. And I just think she was a very special lady who worked very hard, and I went through several tough public meetings with her. And she was quite adept at calming angry crowds. So I think this honor is very well deserved, and I know her family will appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Okay. Ms. James?
Thank you. Well, I did not serve on the school board with Sonal, but I did try to sit in the seat and fill the shoes that she left here. When Sonal decided not to run again in 2012, I had lunch with her and said, I'm thinking about it. I know you volunteered a long time in the school district, as have I, and what do you think? And what's it like? And she couldn't really explain to me what it was really like. I mean, you can kind of tell somebody, but you can't really know. But I appreciated that communication and that conversation, and that continued after I was elected, and she supported me as I learned my role on the school board. I'll also say that to me, one of the greatest legacies that she left from her position here is her development of the student leadership program that continues today and is now, it's over 10 years old. It's a 2-year process for students who apply. There are 3 students from each high school that participate in that program, and so it's a diverse representation of our district, and it's for aspiring leaders. It's not for the students who are already president of the student council or a leader at their school. It's for those that are identified to be untapped potential, to be students that have leadership potential but haven't had an opportunity to explore it or develop it. And that's a great legacy that she left, because each year, year after year, over 30 students are graduating that have been through a 2-year program that have helped them to become leaders amongst their peers and on their campuses. And that's a great legacy that she has left us. And I'm so grateful and proud that we'll be able to name an elementary school for her.
Thank you, Ms.
Annie, make one comment. I'd like to say that I actually, for several years I was on the board, I didn't know that she had created that program. And when I found out, I actually reached out to her and thanked her for doing that, because it is a great program.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal, Ms. James. Ms. Williams?
In 2010 was the first time I met Sanal Butchar and I met Jim Rice. It changed my life forever. I went to visit a doctor's office somewhere for Sweetwater. I'm not certain. I think it was a son or a daughter or someone, but she was sitting in my seat. And I had problems with the district. But one thing that she told me, you know, as a board, they have to stick together. But for her to say that she saw me and she felt my pain and the pain of my family member I was dealing with, that meant a lot. And sitting up here in this board and I have to go against my trustees, I understand how hard it must have been for her to have to sit here and go against them, but it comes easy for me. So I just want you guys to know that I had a very positive feeling with your mom. She's always treated me with respect, but I also respected her position as a sitting board member, that she just wasn't willing to cross, you know, into that lane. So I'm happy that the school will be named after her, and it's nice to meet you guys. Whoever was in the office on Sweetwater, I remember you. I took my daughter there. Thank you. Oh, it was you? Okay, thank you.
All right, very good, very good. So at this time, if there's no more other comments, I'm going to ask for the vote. All in favor? The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. All right, now I'm going to ask that we can convene in closed session under the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the following sections. 551071 for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. Section 551072, consider purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551074, personnel matters. Section 551076, security matters. Section 551082, student discipline matter or complaint, or Section 551081, personally identifiable information about public school students. We are now in closed session. All right, the time is now 10:25, and we are back in open session. At this time, I will take in a motion to deliberate on high school principal recommendations.
Yes, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees appoint Dr. Danielle Jackson to the position of principal at Kempner High School.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any questions? We can use the buzzers, I've been told. So let's use the buzzers, and Dave, if you raise your hand, all in favor? Or vote, just vote. Dave, raise your hand if you're voting yes. Not working? Okay, all in favor?
Oh, wait, it did work.
It did work, okay, good.
Shirley couldn't come up, but anybody did. All right, we'll try again. We got a second try. We got another motion. Right, are we ready?
All right, that motion passes. All right. She raised her hand, so I'm gonna take that because she raised her hand. Yeah, let's go by, this time we're just gonna vote by hand for everyone until we can figure out what's happening. She might have a faulty box or something. I'm not sure why hers didn't light up. Okay, all right, our next motion?
Yes, Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees appoint Dr. Julia Erdy to the position of principal at James Reese Career and Technical Center.
I have a second.
Second.
Thank you. It's been properly moved in second. Are there any questions or discussions? All right, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay. That motion passes unanimously. Do we have any other high school recommendations? Is that it? Okay, thank you. All right, now I need a motion to deliberate of a specialized school principal recommendation. Oh, she did that? Okay, all right. It's late. Okay, all right. All right, now I would like to present the activity report. 10A.
Yes, Madam President, I am prepared to give you the activity report.
All right, let's go.
We have been busy. I have a whole page of things. We have Ms. Hulliger, you recorded a video for Black History. We went to the SHAC meetings, Houston Food Bank's Neighborhood Super Site Food Distribution Event, the TASA-TASB Virtual Legislative Conference, Student Leadership 101 Session 6, the Pandemic Stakeholder Advisory Committee meetings, the special called meeting for the superintendent search firm interviews. Dr. Gilliam's been visiting campuses, the Virtual Teacher of the Year finalist interviews, the COVID vaccine press conference, Fort Bend Education Foundation VIP reception and gala, board team building meeting number 2, the Texas Coalition of Black School Board Members Virtual Educational Summit, a board workshop, student achievement meeting, elementary school 53 naming committee meeting, high school 12 naming committee meeting, on-site COVID vaccination clinic visits, the virtual State of the City of Sugar Land event, Destination Imagination virtual Gulf Coast Region Tournament and Award Ceremony, School Market Houston Food Bank food distribution at Willow Ridge High School, the Office of Disability Prevention for Children statewide virtual conference, Session 1, the Fort Bend Association of Parents for Academic Excellence Planning Committee meeting, the Gifted Education Family Network Parent Advisory Council meeting, SHAC's Legislative Advocacy meetings, Board Policy meeting, the Go Public, Gulf Coast, and We Go Public Steering Committee meeting, All In Mentoring at Blue Ridge Elementary, and the public hearing on school-based mental health centers.
Thank you, Mrs. James. Do we have any special reports? All right. At this time, I will take a motion, well, before we do the consent agenda, we have pulling item number 11B1 and I believe D3. Mr. Rice, do you want to pull D3?
I'm going to pull D3.
Okay, okay, thank you. All right. Okay. Can I get a motion for the consent agenda?
Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda in its entirety with the exception of, did you say B3?
B1.
B1 and D3.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded on our consent agenda for accept the items of B1 and D3. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Okay, so we're doing item 11, okay, except for items B1 and D3. Any other questions? At this time, I ask the trustees. Dave, you have a question? Okay. Yes.
Okay, on 11D3, Oscar, Charles, somebody, I'm going to ask the same question I always ask when T-buildings come up. Are we going to point?
Oh, are you talking about 11D3? D as in David?
Yes.
We're not, that's not on the table right now. Every item except for 11D3 and 11B1.
I said 11D3.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm asking about.
Okay, so we're not discussing item 11D3. There is not a motion on the floor for item 11D3 at this time. So
We've got to do the consent agenda first.
Got it. You're right.
Right. I know it's late. Any other questions? All right, okay. If you all can vote, please, at this time. All in favor? Raise your hand. All right. The consent agenda passes unanimously, except for the items 11B1 and 11D3. At this time, I will take a motion for 11B1.
Madam President, I move to approve item 11B as in boy 1 as presented.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussions? All right, so Grill, you have a question.
Yes, this is the item that has to do with the waiver for the hybrid instruction K through 8 on the testing days. And I just wondered, do we have any information about how many schools this would be accepting this waiver, or using part of it, or using all of it? Do we have any information about that?
Today was the deadline for submission for the campuses for the April testing window. So we've received a few, but we don't have a comprehensive response to be able to provide until at some point, probably tomorrow, once we're able to review all that were submitted today.
Okay, and if a campus decides to use one of these waivers, do we have any options available for parents for childcare if they're asked to keep their children at home? Have we considered doing any on-site learning centers or anything like that?
We did consider that, and the team researched the availability and the feasibility of that, moreover, with the need for space and additional staff, and knowing that we needed to use like the extended learning sites and all of the additional classrooms available to spread the students out so that they could test with appropriate social distancing. So we do not have anything in place for that. However, I will share with you that the training provided to campuses was such that they were provided support and guidelines for being able to maximize scheduling in order to utilize available space and resources on the campus to do some creative and innovative things with students, up to and including the kids that are coming into the face-to-face environment to take the online test. They're allowed a longer window of time, so they're able to schedule so that they won't be having to use as much of the asynchronous instruction. And so the couple of, I think DSL received a couple of plans today where they were looking at the campuses not utilizing a great extent of asynchronous learning because of their scheduling opportunities. So we'll be scrutinizing those plans and providing follow-up to campuses beginning tomorrow morning to see that they optimized the opportunities available and the spacing and the resources available on their campuses to minimize the asynchronous instructional needs. Now, there will be some need for that, and there is not any kind of learning center option that we have in place.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that, and I hope that the situation is minimal, that we'll be using a minimum number of these, because I think this is very difficult for parents, just all who are trying to get to work and have a routine, and they have, their childcare routine, all their routines, and it's just very disruptive to all of a sudden say, okay, on these days you need to keep your child home, and I just feel like that's very difficult, and I wish we had another way to handle that in-house a little bit better. Do we have any idea what other districts are doing around this topic with regard to this?
I believe very similar to us. They're using the online testing in order to space out the testing window longer so that they can maximize the face-to-face and not need to use as much asynchronous as might need to be done if they were having the paper pencil test instead of the electronic version. Melissa, do you want to add anything from other districts or any additional information I may have left out?
I was just going to add that we are also training central office staff that are certified, as well as long-term substitutes who are certified in the testing administration security, so that we can, when we're analyzing those plans, if we see a need at the campus where they're shifting to asynchronous, we might say, how can we help you solve that problem by providing additional staff that are certified and trained? So that's another aspect that we're looking at as we're analyzing the plans.
Okay, well, that sounds good, and I know in the past sometimes we've used test proctors and substitutes and things to bring them in. Have we included those folks in our immunization protocols so that they could feel comfortable coming in if they were called to come in to help with this?
For the central office staff, that is part of the protocol and the communication, because I know my team personally has been part of all of those communications. In terms of substitutes, I'd have to pass that to VATRE.
Yes, Gwen, could you provide details on how we're working with our subs to get them vaccinated?
Yes, ma'am. Substitutes have been included in the communication that's gone out for every opportunity we've extended to our employee group.
Okay, well, that sounds great. The more people that are vaccinated, the more people we can have in a school. So thank you.
Ms. Williams, Ms. Hannon?
Yes, thank you. I agree with Ms. James when she spoke about her concern that it's difficult for parents if we have to utilize 5 days. I do also want to say it's hard for me to make a vote when I don't, I know plans weren't due until today, but it would be really helpful. I really like data, and if I could have, kind of seen better what campuses actually need. My other concern is not only for parents, but my concern is we already have a huge amount of learning loss, and we know that many students that stay home for asynchronous learning, there is no learning. And coupled with that, there's also, I just think about myself as a child, putting myself in those shoes. My parents would have still gone to work and I'd be home by myself. So we have a safety issue. And then for kids that are face-to-face and having to transition to an asynchronous setting at home. But I also wonder do you have any plans for those 5 days? If a student has to be gone 5 days, for those kids who are part of free and reduced lunch, so they can actually have breakfast and lunch on those days, because they're also missing, opportunities for good nutrition, which might be their only opportunities. Can you address that?
We are still offering the grab-and-go meal services for students who are in an online environment, so students would have access to that for meals.
Is there a possibility that you could think about a grab-and-go where they could take it the day prior to, where it would be where it could be packaged in something that doesn't have to be maybe refrigerated, where it doesn't require a parent have to come that day to get the breakfast and lunch, where they could, if they're face-to-face students and they have to be asynchronous on Wednesday, maybe on Tuesday at the end of the day, the kids could grab and go? Or I'm just trying to think of ways that we could help our parents and help our kids get the nutrition they need.
Ms. Hannon, I can address a portion of that. So the way that the current grab-and-go sites work is they offer meal pickup twice weekly, and they do offer the shelf-stable type of pickup items. And so I believe what we can do is look at the campuses that may be looking at that as an option and see how we can accommodate parents so that when they do that pickup, they are identifying students who may or may not be on campus and can provide a more seamless experience specifically to those students. But we'll look into that.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no further discussion with that particular item, if you're in favor, please raise your hand. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All of those opposed? All those abstentions? So the motion passes with 6 trustees voting for that. Okay, now if I can get a motion for item D3.
Madam President, I move we accept item D3 as presented. 11D3, excuse me, 11D3 as presented.
All right, can I have a second, please? Second. It's been properly moved in second. Do we have any questions, discussions, or concerns?
Question.
Okay, Mr. Rosenthal?
Okay, realized I got ahead of myself last time. So, I guess this would be for Oscar. I assume he's around. I'm going to ask the question I always ask when it comes to key buildings. At what point are we still considering using more of the modular type buildings rather than the individual key buildings? We've discussed this in the past, and it seems to me that those are much more efficient and more secure as well.
Yes, sir. We did take that in consideration, but in this particular instance,
Mr. Perez is speaking.
I said, yes, sir. We did take that into consideration. We did take it into consideration, but in this case, if you'll notice, a lot of these are single or doubles. And what you're referring to normally is best when you have multiples where you can go ahead and place the buildings together and have an actual corridor in the middle. This did not really lend itself for that. So we're not going in that manner with these particular ones.
Is it looked into whether it's, I guess, cost efficient or effective to actually remove some of the individual ones that are there and putting in modular ones? Obviously, you're maybe removing buildings that still work, but I'm just wondering, for the efficiency and again and the security sake, if we've looked at that scenario in the district.
Yes, sir, and we have looked at it, but right now with our budget situation, it really did not fit into our model. We actually are expending quite a bit, as you can tell, this year, with the $5 million that we're requesting. And it would have been more expensive to go ahead and dismantle buildings that were already operating properly and put in modulars in their place.
All right. And the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Are there any further discussions? Ms. Hannah? All right. Okay, all right. I'll ask trustees to please vote. All in favor, raise your hand. All right. All those opposed? Any abstentions? This motion passes with 6 trustees voting and 1 abstention. All right, thank you. All right, so let's move on to item 12A1A. Have a motion, please?
Madam President, I move to approve action item 12A1A as presented.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any discussions? Any questions? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All right. This motion passes unanimously. All right. Item B1, item 12B1.
Madam President, I move to approve action item 12B1 as presented.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. At this time, I ask for any discussions. Ms. Hannah.
Thank you, Ms. Helliger. In our packet, I'm just to confirm, we're on the waiver, the exemption waiver for class size for K4. Is that the item?
That is correct.
Ms. Helliger? Okay. So it is my understanding that this was something that we would typically needed to have approved back in October. And if I just want clarification. Am I looking at any data from that's very current in the sections that I'm looking at? Are they labeled? Term 1, Term 2, Term 3?
So there are 3 tabs. Oh, actually, when I submitted, it was 3 tabs. But you have 3 documents, and one is for Term 1, at the end of Term 1. The second document is the end of Term 2, and then the third document is the end of Term 3. There's nothing there for current class sizes.
Okay, and at what point in Term 3 were these numbers gathered?
It was the last day of Term 3. I would have to.
Okay, so it was right. It was the Friday before we left.
Yes, ma'am.
And
which would be the 9th, to be specific, in Term 3.
March 9th.
March 9th.
Okay, and I'm assuming these numbers are both face-to-face and online classes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I understand that staffing has been incredibly challenging this year. But when I looked at Term 1, I'm going to be honest, it was very jaw-dropping to me. And even as I'm looking now, my question would be where I see, first grade classes, second grade classes with 29 students, and I think about, and 30 students, a fourth grade class. What are we doing? What does that classroom look like? And how is that teacher able to effectively provide small group instruction in reading in a time that we know kids are falling behind?
Okay, so I want to start off by saying, obviously, because of the social distancing that has been occurring this year, those numbers are for online classrooms. We did set a cap at 30 at the beginning of the year. We had multiple discussions with campus leaders, in this case, elementary principals, and we set a cap at 30 for anyone that was online. What you see in Term 1 is what we experienced. Everyone was online in term one. So you'll see that there was a gradual decrease as you go through the terms from T1 to T2 and obviously to T3. We were at 242. Now, as far as what it looks like is, for a teacher, they are provided additional support from campus personnel. If they have an interventionist, we try to make the accommodations for them within their schedule to ensure that they don't have, let's say, 35 kids the entire time. So there are other personnel that's available to ensure that we try to limit those class sizes.
So just so I'm understanding, if I'm a second grade teacher with 29 students, or if I'm a kindergarten teacher with 30 students as of March 9th, and that I have an online class, I have someone helping me provide interventions and small group instruction.
Yes, and Dr. Mentz is here to speak to that. Let me go ahead and pass it on to him.
Yeah, so there's a combination depending on the dynamics of the class. For the online teachers, they have an abbreviated schedule from about 8 to 12. So in the afternoon of the asynchronous time, that provides some more opportunity for small group instruction. Also, the campus leadership looks at different individuals who could provide support. There could be some interventionists, also some paraprofessionals that could provide support in small group during their session during the AM. So the campus leadership team, working with the executive directors, try to figure out the best way to support them instructionally. But it all depends on the dynamics of the classroom to determine what type of additional support is needed. But they do utilize the asynchronous time in the afternoon as an opportunity to provide that small group instruction and provide extra intervention for students that need help.
Okay, and that intervention is not provided by paraprofessionals. That would be provided by certified, highly qualified staff.
Yeah, so the teachers of record would send invitations to those students to come back in the afternoon, and they would provide some additional support. And there could be some cases where a certified classroom teacher might have some assistance with a paraprofessional when they do those small groups.
Okay. And I don't know what the ramifications are if this is not passed by the board. I'm unfamiliar with that. I would just make one more comment that as we're planning for the virtual learning situation, I would hope that we have more manageable numbers in place for any of those students that might be eligible, because we don't want to have to send office hours or make it during asynchronous time you come in. I really think that the expectation is that our online younger learners get the same quality of and access to small group instruction that a face-to-face learner would get. I think it's necessary and very important.
So I'm going to just piggyback real quick on that, because if you look at Goodman Elementary School, they have double the size in some of those classes, where they have 44 and 42. So with the ones that you shared, so that's almost, so to me, that would be, hey, let's get another teacher.
Yeah, so we looked at the data from term one, and during the term one, there was some transition, and we feel that some of that data with those high classes at 44 is not 100% accurate. We had to double check with the principals, and we checked in some of those sections, they had 2 sections. So it would be 2 classes of 22 that made the 44, and it was showing up as 1 section. So that there is some reconciliation of the data that we have to address.
So are you saying that there's 2 teachers there, if you have 2 sections?
Yeah, so when we looked at the data for the 44s, because when we looked at that data, those numbers were extremely high to us, because we knew that we had made decisions for classes to go no higher than 30. And if they went over 30, then they had to have a conversation with their executive director. So looking at that data, we realized that we need to have some conversations with the principals about what was the scenario at that point. And so some of the conversations that we had with the principals today, they've indicated that some of those sections that showed up with those high numbers, there were some different scenarios in which they had a number that showed up. One case in particular, there was actually 2 sections that was showing up as combined under one teacher because there was a vacancy. And for the purposes of making sure that the students were getting their grades, they had to put it under one teacher, but there was a substitute. So there were actually 2 teachers, but it showed up as 44 under one section. So there was some reconciliation of the data that we had to address to make sure that those numbers were accurate. So even though the numbers reflected 44, that 44 was not under one teacher that was instructing 44 students in the online environment.
I'm processing, okay.
So I'll give you an example. If I'm at school Y and I am a substitute and I've been a long-term sub, if Principal Gwen sees that I need assistance with entering grades, Principal Gwen assigned Dr. Mensah to go ahead and enter the grades. And what it's done is it links one teacher that has a class of 22 with my classroom that also has 22, thus coming out to 44. So in an effort to try to assist the long-term substitute, one teacher that actually has a class of 22 got linked to my class that had 22, thus showing up as if Dr. Mensah had 44. So those are some of the instances that Dr. Mensah is mentioning where we have to clean up some of that data.
Okay, I think it would have been helpful to have some like footnotes to share so that we can have a good content, because then my follow-up question was that, that means that we've got several long-term subs in that school as well. Because if that's the case, we've got, just for Goodman, we've got 3 schools that are in the 40. I mean, three sections that are in the 40. So that means that I've got at least 3 long-term subs in that area. Is that what it means?
Not necessarily, and just so everyone is aware that this is a snapshot of when the data was submitted. I mean, there are instances where classrooms may have 28 students one day, but then it's corrected, and the very next day they're down to below 22 to 1. So it's very fluid in nature, so the numbers do change periodically as we identify that there's an issue.
Madam President, I want to point out to you that page 264 is term 3. Our packets aren't labeled, so that might be helpful to you. The numbers are different in term 3. I just thought you might want to know that. I think. Would that be correct?
Yes, so that is correct. So as an example, in term 3, there were 242 exceptions to the class size waiver, and 12 of those would have been 31 or above. So if you make that comparison to T1 and T2, the numbers are a lot lower than what you were seeing in T1 and T2.
Okay, thank you for that, pointing that out, because that is a major difference between that. The numbers are definitely different. They're more in the 20s. I don't see, okay, thank you for pointing that out to me. All right, I think Ms. Grill and then Ms. Williams.
Thank you. So I guess my observations are similar to Ms. Hannon's in that when I was looking at this, first of all, I had trouble figuring out what I was looking at because it wasn't labeled, but we got that worked out. Then I was looking, and some schools don't have any classes that are over, and that's really great news. I mean, I noticed like Ridgemont and Briargate, they don't have any, you're not applying for any waivers for them. So I felt good about that. But then I looked at some of these sections that are, 30 kids in a kindergarten, 27, it was overwhelming to me. 30, 31 in a kindergarten, first grade, 30 kids. And I know you're saying that, but presumably I've not attended an online class, so I'm not sure what it exactly looks like, but during the regular class time, would all 30 of those students or 30, whatever number, be on at the same time on a Zoom screen or Teams?
Yes, that is correct. If the teacher in that section had 30 students, then the expectation would be that during the live synchronous time, they would have 30 students in the group at that time. And so during that time period, as we mentioned earlier, there could be some assistance from several personnel on the staff to assist with managing the instruction with the larger class sizes, because traditionally we wouldn't have 30 students in a classroom with a teacher without some additional support. So we've tried to work through that, and that was early on, and had some bumps in the road and trying to figure out the best way to support our online staff, because we did understand, and we still continue to understand, that it's challenging to have that many students and manage the instruction in an online environment.
Yeah, I can say that I mentor a student, and I have one student, and it sometimes takes 20 minutes to get the camera working, the microphone working, the student sitting down, and that's one. I cannot imagine, and he's a little bit older, I can't imagine trying to do this for 30 or kindergartners or first graders or second graders. Frankly, I'm in awe of these teachers. Whoever's teach classes these are, this is amazing to me that and I just will say to them right now, I admire you for doing this so nicely for so long, because this is, to me, this is overwhelming. At what point, now, I think you were saying that, so they're all there, they're tuned in for 3 hours solid, or is there a break in there? Can you remind me what that day looks like?
Yeah, so during that schedule, they have breaks, and the teachers have the flexibility within the schedule during their mini lesson or when it's time for a small group of shared reading to provide breaks intermittently. So the schedule is not 100% of the time just live discussion with the teacher in front of kids. They have a block of time, and just like if they were in a face-to-face setting, if you had 4 hours of instruction, the teacher is not talking for 4 hours straight. There will be some time for independent work while the teacher will be monitoring students as they're engaging in the lesson. So it isn't just...
But you only have one, excuse me for interrupting, but you only have one adult, right? So it's not like you can send them all to breakout rooms and have an adult with 7 kids reading or 7 kids that would actually fit on one screen.
That is correct, unless they had a support during that time of another teacher or another paraprofessional or someone else like a lit or an interventionist, then they would have the flexibility to maybe create a breakout room for that other person to support them, and they could do that.
Okay, and what have we done for special ed that are included? Do we have special ed inclusion going on in any of these classes?
Yes, we do. So we follow the same model that we would follow in a face-to-face environment with our special education personnel. So they would be invited to these classes, and they would come into the session, and then sometimes they would pull some of their students out for small group instruction, or they might do a co-teach model with the students during that time period.
Okay. Well, I'm really, if you could see me, my jaw would be dropped, because I'm in admiration of this. Well, if we have 242 teachers who are teaching this kind of large class at this point in the year, I'm in great admiration of them, because this is a lot. This is really a lot, and I'm on a good year, I'm not in favor of class size waivers, because they're there for a reason, but this is really kind of overwhelming to me at thank you for your explanations.
All right, thank you, Ms. James. Ms. Williams? Ms. Williams?
My question is for Dr. Rodriguez. I'm perplexed. I heard you make a statement about a substitute may need assistance from a certified administrator. We're dealing with Title I schools where the teacher of record must be certified who's teaching those kids, and if they're longer than 29 days, we are in violation of ESSA. So if they're an HQ teacher who's doing the long-term sub a favor by appearing at this teacher of record, that's problematic. In my activist days, I would have wrote a complaint. As a board member, I just want you guys to know that I come here as an activist, but I'm trying to remove that hat and let you know that my specialty is school compliance for urban youth, for my low socioeconomic students. So I'm not here to fuss, I'm not here to badger, but I just heard that, and I was going to sleep because I'm sleepy, but I just heard that, and I just needed you to know that we got to do better because I know better. That's my thing, state and federal compliance. So if I don't need a response, I'm not asking for a response, I just need you guys to know that I'm here as a partner. Thank you.
Ms. Williams, you may not be asking for a response, but we are asking for a response to that. I mean, it doesn't have to be tonight, but I want to know more about that because, huh?
I would think that if we can,
Could you speak to the microphone, please?
I was wondering if they can just email you that.
Yeah, oh, no, that's, I'm just want to make sure that the whole board wants that answer, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I understand.
okay.
I just don't want to be fighting all the time, and they're like, there she goes, starting another fight, so.
No, I just want to make sure, you said
Okay.
you didn't want the answer, but I want to make sure we do get the answer, but it's at a later time that you do respond to that. We all are interested and want to know, okay?
Okay.
All right. A call for the vote. Oh, Angie.
Thank you, Ms. Helliger. So before we vote, in our packet, it says that we reached out to TEA and that we could initiate the process and submit the waiver request in December. So since we are late on that, if this waiver is approved, are there any further ramifications because it's late? And is this just this is a general waiver that would be open to any school district? It's not attached to District of Innovation or anything like that? It's just a general waiver?
Yes, you are correct. Yes, you are correct. It's just a general waiver. We do this year after year. And just with the information that we received in the fall, there was some confusion as far as the communication coming from TEA. So now that we have received the appropriate communication, we went ahead and we submitted for the board to approve.
Okay, and it is something that the board has approved in previous years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for next year, if we do have a waiver, I know it will be hard to compare because this is apples to oranges years, but if we could look at previous years, like 2 years prior, this year, and then the next year, then we would at least have some apples and apples to look at as far as our waiver goes. And I certainly appreciate your information.
Yes, and Ms. Hannon, if I can submit that information in a board update for next week, I can give you a 5-year comparison.
Oh, that would be very helpful. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
All right. I want to vote now. We're going to vote. All right, all in favor? All opposed? The motion passes. Just for clarity, if we did not vote in favor for the waiver, what is the ramifications?
I don't know specifically what it is. I can look into it. I know, this has always been more of a compliance. We submit the information to the board. It's more of a notification. I don't have the answer to that, Ms. Helliger, to be honest with you.
That's fine. If you can follow up with us on that, thank you.
Sure.
All right, item 12C1.
Madam President, I move to approve action item 12C1 as presented.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. At this time, I take any discussions or questions around this item.
I have a lot to say. Well, not a lot, but just something to say. This is about the mental health center?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, when we look at establishing a mental health center, the Texas Education Code and the Texas Administrative Code set out certain goals that we must follow. Considering that we're 2 years late from this, we're being asked to vote on a clinic that's non-existent. These clinics have already been in existence, so there's no retroactive voting. So in order for us to take a vote, we have to have a clinic, which we are now establishing services. We don't have a clinic. What clinic are we voting on? It was a question of mine. The second question that I had was the fact that I went to Clear Hope Counseling to get a copy of their referral form with with Fort Bend ISD name on it. They're literally, the reason you can refer a kid is withdrawn or shy. You can get, you can submit, you can refer a child for physical aggression, truancy, a conflict with a peer, attendance and tardies. That's not a mental health issue, attendance and tardy. To me, it seems like if the board is supposed to approve this form, we should have reasons as to why a child is being referred to what is called a mental health counseling facility. Secondly, the Texas Administrative Code states that before a school could recommend a kid to the clinic, they must get parental consent. As we stand now, the counselor can recommend a student. So Clear Hope Counseling already has our kids' data before the parent is even contacted. So I find it troubling that we are voting on something and we never had an opportunity to even approve the referral form. And the referral form is, it has our name on it. We're signing off on this. And I have a problem with that aspect of it as well. I have a problem with the lack of diversity that I've seen in the counselors. I feel like if we're going to be treating students, I didn't see the diversity in the mental health clinic. Secondly, I got a question about the matching funds. I don't see the numbers. I don't see where the district met the threshold in accordance to the Texas Administrative Code, Title 25, Chapter 37, Rule 37.535, labeled matching funds. We're getting grant funding, but where are the matching funds? I don't see them, so that's my discussion around this. I feel like we're voting on an invisible clinic. We've already violated the law. There's no retroactive compliance. You're either guilty or you're not. In this case, we've already admitted, well, you guys have already admitted that you didn't comply with the law, so we don't even have a clinic to vote on, so that's my discussion.
Okay, let me unpack that. So we, the first question was around you're saying that we're not voting on a clinic.
No.
So in order for us to get, to be compliant, I mean, that's the reason why we went back to get compliance, which was to have the hearing. And it was my understanding that to be fully compliant is after you have the hearing, you also have a vote to approve the clinics. Can you, Dr. Dupree, can you elaborate, please?
I can. And so here's how I will frame my response to that question, Ms. Helliger. TEA indicated that there was not a reason to do a public hearing or another vote, that the board's actions in effect met the rule of law, the way we originally launched the clinics. However, because of Mrs. Williams' questions, we determined to go ahead and do the public hearing to check that box, but it was not required. TEA indicated there was not a violation, that everything we did was satisfactory. And then we decided to go ahead and do the public hearing and to put this on the vote, basically to check a box as a compliance measure to have it on the record. That's the reason this is on here tonight, and it's why we did the public hearing. So we're not out of compliance. And again, TEA has indicated that to us in writing, that we're solid. But so at this point, I do understand Mrs. Williams' question and concern that this is just a motion we're going through, because there's not a new clinic launching, there's not a new contract, there's nothing new related to this. This is related to work that was started 2 years ago. Just to go on the record, having said that we've done it.
I have a question. If TA put that in writing, Dr. Dupree, I would love to have a copy of that particular letter, because I feel that TA must be held accountable. If they have given you the green light to violate the law, which this is a reason why it's a law, you must do this before you do X, Y, Z. I have a real estate license. If I violate the law 2 years ago and somebody filed a complaint against me, I don't have that opportunity to come back and say, hey, I done it right. I did go give him a seller's disclosure notice 2 years later. No, Danetta Williams, you violated the law. Here's the sanctions, but I'm glad you corrected your behavior, and but the law does not provide for retroactive compliance. So again, Dr. Dupree, if TEA had the audacity to put that in writing, I would love a copy, because they have a superior as well, and I will feel much comfortable going against them than I would this school district.
Okay, we will provide that.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the second was around the referral form. The referral form is not something the board normally.
That's correct.
Normally,
the board would not approve it in referral form.
Or the referral form doesn't approve now, but to Ms. Williams's question, I think we need to get clarity on and it's a procedural question really, on who are we referring, and how do we get referrals to this counseling service. I know we talked a bit about it last week. I think maybe we need to just answer that question. So why does the referral form is different than what was shared with us last week?
Laura, is that something you can speak to, or is it something we need to follow up on?
Ms. Williams, while she's coming up, is there a revision copy on that form that you're looking at? It's like a version copy? Is there a version copy, like a version on the document?
I have no idea what you're speaking of, Annie. Oh, no, I just pulled that down today. That's their updated form.
Yeah, but I just want to see if there was a version, like a date. Normally, when you have forms like that, there's some type of a change management date on it. Okay, there's not one. Okay.
She had 2 forms on there.
Mm-hmm.
And she had one for other school students, and she had one specifically for Fort Bend ISD.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed that the list was long for our students, and they were so petty. Mm-hmm. So I was wondering, why are we sending kids to a mental health clinic for these petty, issues? This is something that could be handled by, a counselor.
Mm-hmm. So can you all address that, please?
Certainly. So our counselors work with the mental health counselors, so they would work with InvoCare or Clear Hope Counseling to discern what is the best method or best plan for supporting that student. So they would look at all of the possible scenarios. So if it's attendance, grades, anxiety around AP courses, and stress levels, then they would be speaking to the student about all of the pieces within whatever was indicated in the form. So those could be reasons why you're seeing some things that might not rise to the level that you might think would need to be addressed by a mental health counselor, but that mental health counselor could work with the counselor at the school to help get the student what they needed if that wasn't necessary at that time. but our school counselors do work to determine who gets referred to Clear Hope or InvoCare.
Okay, and who are these licensed counselors? We don't know. We haven't even seen a background check on the employees who are at these clinics. These parents don't know who are working at the school. The parents are entitled to know that, and so is the public.
So just like with any contracted service, our staff members that are contracted through these organizations are going through the proper channels. Those folks are vetted through our district, so I'd have to get more information from them to actually give you specifics, but essentially it goes through the normal district process.
No, I'm saying they're employees. If I have a doctor, if someone with a license is treating my child, I should know who that person is up front. And this is just part of the Texas Administrative Code. It's the fact that the employees, the parents must know that Jane Doe is going to be assigned at McCullough, Patricia Ray is going to be at Brygate, and the parent has an opportunity to look up that particular counselor to see if she have any complaints on a state level, or what's going on. Do they have any problems with Medicaid? The parent don't know, does not know, and the public deserve a right to know before these contracts were ever approved. But as they stated, they put the cart before the horse, and the board didn't even get an opportunity to vet these people. We don't know who's there.
So just for clarity, so I'm getting my thoughts here. When it comes to the actual contract, when you said that it was vetted through the purchasing process and through our normal chain of how we vet any contract that of services that we provide to the district. Now, from a governance perspective, we as a board don't necessarily ask for every employee that's at a particular service. However, from a parent perspective, parents would like to know kind of like who is the available roster. So for example, if I go to my pediatrician, I know that these are the 3 pediatricians that are at the Sweetwater Pediatrician Center, right? So the question would be, how do we give that transparency and that visibility to the parents to know that when they get referrals, it's just not some number one, we accept the fact that they are licensed. However, we all know that each parent might have a different relationship. They might deal with they might be looking for a particular type of referrals. So how do we get that transparency to our parents when we're going through this process is really what we need to find out.
Certainly. So I think one of the things you're asking is to both transparently share the list of who's involved in each organization that's serving Fort Bend ISD. Mm-hmm. And additionally, I believe you're asking, does Dr. Rodriguez know who is serving his student when they are brought to a mental health counselor? And the answer is yes. Dr. Rodriguez would not consent unless he was comfortable. He would work with the school counselor would work with the mental health counselor, and they would work together to determine if that was the best course of action for his student.
Yeah, but I think the issue is that what you all shared with us last week is that the parent must be involved, right? And so the parent needs to know, not just Dr. Rodriguez.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, I was disclosing that Dr. Rodriguez has students, so I was using him as an example.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
A parent example.
A parent example.
Yes.
Okay, bad example. He is Dr. Rodriguez, right? Okay. All right. So, so the parent is made aware of the doctors that are available with bios or the counselors that are available.
No.
Well, what I heard Pilar say is that we hear that you all are asking for that, so that there's additional transparency for the parents to know who is on the roster and available to serve Fort Bend ISD students. I also heard Pilar say that there is a process for parental consent,
so that a parent consents prior to being served.
So I'm back up. So if I'm the parent, use me as an example. I need to get a referral for my child. What's going to happen?
So if, say, you call the school counselor, you call the school and you need support for your student, then you should be referred to the school counselor. The school counselor then can work with you to determine what level of support you might need for your student. And if it does rise to the level of additional support, or you might want to take part in the services from one of our mental health partners, like Clear Hope Counseling, then they would work to do that referral with you to see if that met your needs, and then share with you who that organization is, connect you with the counselor to see if you're comfortable, and they stay part of that process. As I mentioned on Wednesday, they're that cornerstone. They're the back and forth between the mental health counselor and the parent always.
Yeah, I think there needs some more transparency, because if you just tell me I'm going to refer you to Clear House, and I don't even have, if I can't go anywhere and see a list of who those providers are, that's a challenge for me as a parent, because what you're doing is you're saying, we vetted it, you don't need to vet it, just take whomever they give you and move forward.
And I vetted all 4 of them, Addie, that's before I even got on the board.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is just a basic headhunter company, where if you look at Glassdoor, let's say if all of us were therapists, they may have you seeing my son John 1 month, Grail see my son John the next month. It's just whomever's on call, or go see John. So like they stated, it's just a numbers game. So when I vetted all 4 of these people when I first started, to make the complaint about the student-based health center here, I noted that. And that's why I'm bringing these questions up. I'm for the mental health, but we must make sure we have competent people there. Also, I'm concerned about the length of the contract. My understanding serves me correct. The contract was for 1 year. So I don't understand, if it started in 2019 with Clear Hope to 2020, how did we get to 2020 to 2021 with not having an extension of the contract? That's what I'm not understanding. Well, maybe I didn't read it right. Maybe the contract was longer, but I remember the contract being for 1 year.
I can get the contract and double check, but my memory serves as it's a 5-year, continuously rolling 1 year, as my understanding is that's a Fort Bend way of doing contracts, and Brian can probably correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, ma'am. Typically, when a contract is approved with a vendor, it'll be for a 3 to 5 year period with a renewable option. So year 1 would be approved, and then we would be allowed to extend that contract for an additional year without coming back to the board for approval.
How about amendments? The amount they're being paid, how they're going to be paid? Because I remember when Dr. Dupree asked for permission to be the one who executed the contracts, and when I got the contracts and I looked at them, I knew right then they were not in compliance with state law. So at that point, that's when I went through the GF process to start the complaint process. So all I'm asking you guys to do is revisit this, and let's make certain that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. Because when I'm looking at community and schools labeled as a mental health center, and I know they don't have a licensed social worker there, or a licensed counselor, that's unsettling to me. That's unsettling to me, and it's in violation of Chapter 38. So
okay, very good. So I think that's another action item that's come from this conversation, as well as when we look at that, what we're asking is that there's a diversification in the people that's providing services to our kids. So I think that's also, I'm not sure what the criteria was that was used to procure this particular vendor. So I think that's an action item. So, and then the last one is the matching the funds and the grant money.
So the resolution this evening was for matching funds of just under 100,000, and the actual resolution itself is just under 400,000 for the VOCA grant.
Okay.
Yes, I think it's $394,000 for the VOCA grant, and okay, all right. Ms. Williams, does that answer your questions? Or have an action plan for some of the items that you've brought up tonight?
I just think they need time to look at it. I just want to see the district do well, and particularly, I want to see this program do well, but that's all I have to say on it. I think they should look at the law and look at what they're putting in writing and discuss it in a public setting.
So then maybe Dr. Dupree, that's something that we can get an update from in a follow-up board meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so Ms. Hannah.
I just want to be clear, Ms. Helliger, on what we will be voting on. It says approval of the expansion of school-based health services. Are we also voting to grant the school district the ability to open future clinics at other schools with this vote? Or this is just a retroactive vote based on the clinics we currently have?
This is just retroactive.
Okay.
Any additional clinics or any expansion in the future would come back to the board.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, so this is an opportunity for us to get into compliance, and so that we can move forward with this program, okay? All right, any other discussions? All right, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? All opposed? This motion passes 6-1. All right, Dr. Dupree, can we review the future board meeting agenda items?
On Wednesday, March 31st, the board's going to meet with a search firm for the new superintendent to plan that work together. On April 5th, the board is going to meet to conduct board team building. And on April 12th, the board will meet to conduct board self-appraisal. April 21st, we'll have the workshop, in April, we'll have a workshop, and we're going to do information items related to special populations update, including bilingual ESL, gifted and talented, and special education. We're going to do student discipline update, including disproportionality, as was discussed during the TAPER report, and we're going to provide an update on the Microsoft Showcase School Partnership in April as well. In April, this is important for the board to be up to date on your continuing education that's required by law, because we publicly report in April who's current and your status on that. We'll do another budget update in April as well. The big thing, another big action item is employment contracts in April. In May, we'll be back with the facilities master plan update. That's in reference to the report we heard last week on the demographics and annual enrollment review. And then another 2021 planning and budget update in May. In June, we'll do the 2020 vision, college and career readiness update. And that's really about it.
All right, thank you. At this time, I take a motion to adjourn.
So this, you've got the budget for June, and in the slide, it's on May.
Yes, it is. We're slated for May, this report, this page. That's why I kind of overlooked that. This is in there. Thank you.
Can I get a motion?
I move
Motion
to
to
adjourn.
All right, second. We are now adjourned. Thank you all.